Folks, we're just waiting for one more person so that we can actually have a quorum in the room. So we just have to wait patiently and hurry slowly. Righty, ladies and gentlemen, we now have we'll get started. And welcome to this Transport Resilience Infrastructure Committee meeting for November. Good to see everyone here. Just a little note. I think last time we were together, we things got a little bit tense and emotional and passionate, which is great. But just be great if this time around and today we were able to debate the issues and keep everything on a nice level plateau would be fantastic. So I ask for your indulgence in that respect, and we will just move on. We have apologies from Mayor Wayne Brown on council business, Shane Henderson, Alf Filipina and IMSB member Billy Brown. We have apologies of lateness for Lotu Fully, Mike Lee and Greg Sayers. Any other apologies? None? Early departure. Oh, and early departure, sorry, for Morris and Sharon. Thank you. Someone like to move those apologies? Thanks, Richard. Seconder, thanks, Chris. Those in favour say aye. Against, carried. We do have a number of members online due to illness mainly, but we have Angela Dalton, Kieran Leone, Daniel Newman and Wayne Walker. Someone like to move that we accept that? Thanks, Chris. Seconder. I'll second those. Those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Just a reminder in regards to declarations of interest, so if there are any, now's a good time to let us know. None. Next item is confirmation of the minutes of the meeting of 3rd of October 2024. Is there a mover for those? Thanks, Christine. Seconded, Desley. Any discussion? Those in favour say aye. Any against? Carried. We had 2 requests for petitions. They were both declined, and the reason for them being declined is that they had already been presented to the respective local boards, and accordingly they had been, that means they were in front of council and there was no requirement for them to come here to double that up. We had 2 requests for public input and we've accepted both of them, and so the first up is I'd like to welcome Ian McNeil to come forward and discuss a building of a second harbour bridge. Ian, pleasure to have you here. Come on up. Grab a seat there and
right.
The ushers will help you.
Right. I represent 5 engineers. Quite a number of years ago.
Oh, hi Max, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. You got
Daniel, you're online.
You just carry on in. There was a little glitch technically online.
Anyway, 5 engineers I represent, and I presented to council about 10 or so years ago their plan for a harbour crossing, and the council were very interested until one member got up and walked out, and that was it. Now, the thing is, the present bridge has reached its peak. It's running at 174,000 a day, and 3 times this year it has gone to 200,000. Now, 174,000 was the maximum design for the present bridge. So you're running the present bridge over its limit by 200,000. That's another 126,000. Far too many. It's not good to run bridges that tight. And everybody has asked me, or many people have asked me to come here today and tell you that instead of the 6-lane bridge, which is on the original proposal, could we make it an 8-lane bridge? That's 4 lanes each way. And Minister Simeon Brown says they will not support a walkway pathway over a bridge. So we'll have to take that off. But this bridge has a rail link to it, which is vital because it leads up all the way eventually to Silverdale, Orewa, where there's another city being built at the present moment. And so Prime Minister Luxon has he thinks he's done a deal with India, and we've also doing good deals with the Middle East. So next year, it's going to be, the whole economy is going to pick up. And I think that Auckland here, this committee has the power to really lift Auckland out of its morass that it's wallowing in at the moment and get it going, because if you get it going, a new bridge going, which is vital, because you haven't got much time, because the present bridge is overloaded, and if you can lift it, get it going now, you'll be the godsend of Auckland, and it'll set the whole economy around the country going, because Auckland, whether you like it or not, is the powerhouse of the rest of the economy. So would you please alter that it's 8 lanes and no walkway pathway, but it is, the railway is vital. Thank you.
Thank you. Ian, are there any questions for Ian? Oh, John.
Thanks very much, Ian, for your presentation. I noticed that in some of your initial research, you did a little bit of costing, like to get
Yes.
some kind of rough order of,
Yes, I
I
did.
guess,
Yeah.
the cost of a bridge, certainly in relation to a tunnel, which has proven to be a lot more expensive. What were your findings or your conclusions then about the potential cost of this of a bridge route as you've outlined?
Right. The original cost quoted to me by the Chinese engineer was 1.9 billion. And for the American engineer, he quoted 3 billion. That's 10 years ago. Today, I would say it's around about 5 billion. But I don't think we should advertise that out in the public at all, because if we want to call expressions of interest, we don't want them saying, oh, look, the minimum of 5 billion, God, we'll make a mint on that. Do you get it?
Yes.
So, no. So I think and engineers I've talked to now think it'll be around about 5 billion. Well, that's a lot cheaper than your blinking tunnel. And the tunnel, they said, is a real no-no for Auckland, because whether you like it or not, we are an earthquake country. And number one, if you're in a tunnel and get a shake and it gets out of line, the pressure of the water down the bottom of the harbour is a downside greater than the pressure that's floating on the top. So the tunnel floods quickly. Secondly, a fire in a tunnel in France, one fire cost 39 people their lives because of the fumes coming from it, this, the poisonous smoke. Now, tunnels have to be pumped 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because the hot engines from the cars is hitting the cold wall of the tunnel, and that's bringing water down all the time, condensation, see? And you have to have, excuse me, lighting and air conditioning running 24 hours a day. You don't have those costs for a bridge because you can turn the blinking lights off in the daytime and no air conditioning required.
There's a lot of air up the top.
Yeah. So, yeah. So they said no for a tunnel. They said tunnels through hills and that, no problem. But if it's underwater, my engineer said, you're asking for trouble, because you look at GeoNet. I look at it, I get GeoNet's statements every day, and New Zealand is shaking all the time, especially from Tauranga right down to Wellington. It's very bad at the moment. And it's gradually working up like that. You see that? So our shakes are one, and so they don't record that. Everybody thinks a truck went past, you see? Whereas they said, we'll get a big shake one day, that's for sure.
Thank you. Chris?
No, I was certainly going to thank Mr McNeil for coming in, and I'm happy to move a vote of thanks to him.
Okay, so any other questions? None. Okay, so Christine's moved the vote of thanks. Chris, I think, will second it. Any discussion? None. Those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Thank you, Mr McNeil, for coming in. Great to see you. And after all of these years, you're continuing that that fight up here with council. So well done.
Thank you.
Next item up is invite up the Stikatitirangi Areas residents, or the STAR group, with Theobald, Tony, and I think Rachel and Catherine are coming up to support. And I just want to acknowledge the support of the group behind. So great to have you here. And I think there's a presentation being sent out. So Tony and Theobald, all yours.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chair, for allowing us to speak today. We, Thibaut Bojo and Tony Profit, are speaking on behalf of all road reserve impacted property owners in the wider Auckland region, and take this opportunity to ask for your agreement to a positive funding solution to repair the store damage on Auckland Council-owned road reserve. We are to share the STAR Group response to the committee paper and recommendation presented to you on this matter today. Our primary purpose is to seek your agreement to fund the road reserve remediation so that impacted residents and ratepayers in Tamaki Makoro can move on with their lives. There are around 30 to 40 non-private properties impacted by storm damage to Auckland Council adjacent road reserve. Homeowners have been stuck for nearly 2 years, unable to progress road reserve remediation. We need immediate and concrete steps to come from this meeting.
These families have no access to any help. They have no access to Category 2 or 3 help, EQC or insurance for the road reserve land. Banks will not loan for road reserve remediation, and even if loan criteria was extended, most cannot service this level of debt. They are faced with much higher consenting and compliance costs, including ongoing compliance costs. Capital work costs range from $50,000 to $500,000 with an average of $173,000. This is out of reach for homeowners. The committee paper is careful to point out that the council should not be funding any repairs to private owned land or assets. This is something that the STAR Group has never requested. Property owners need to take responsibility for their own land. This will be at a significant cost in addition to the costs set out above. These are special circumstances and require a special response. The damaged land does not belong to the homeowners. These slips have happened on council-owned road reserve land, and this means, as we've highlighted today, there is no access to any of the usual ways homeowners would remediate storm damage. The STAR Group's view remains that this is Auckland Council land and Auckland Council should repair it. Therefore, we favour option B, that the road reserve repairs are undertaken by Auckland Transport. The reality is that fixing the road reserve slips will also benefit the road network by helping support and protect it from future slips. Our request is actually a win-win for the homeowners and the council and AT. However, in the event this is not agreed, we seek the following minimum agreements. We strongly endorse that the $5 million available funding be committed to the road reserve remediation. As these funds are from the North Island Weather Events Storm Recovery Budget, the use of the funding for the purpose is entirely aligned with the original intent of that funding. Further, in the event that the Auckland Transport makes additional efficiency, we also request that the additional surplus from the fund is committed to the road reserve remediation, if needed to cover the road reserve remediation costs. In addition, we strongly support any efforts to request an equal contribution from the central government. Homeowners have been stuck for nearly 2 years, unable to progress. We need immediate and concrete steps to come from this meeting. The intention should be to fully fund the road reserve mediations, if at all possible, once the actual size of the cost is known. The application process should be open to all property owners impacted by slips in the road reserve issue, and not just those with access issues. If the solution was limited to those with access issues, only 50% of the impacted residents would have a resolution. All property owners impacted by road reserve slips face the same financial hurdles with no categorisation, bank, EQC or insurance support, not just those with access issues. This money needs to be put to the capital works to repair the land, and this is where the lion's share of the cost lies. The homeowners simply cannot access the funds to do this work otherwise. We cannot limit the funds on offer to be paying for council process only. We support the recommendation to provide case managers and no other financial support and request that these are put in place without delay. This will allow flexibility to find the most efficient and effective solutions that best suit all parties, acknowledging the complexity and differences within the road reserve damage. We hope that the councillors agree on a truly positive outcome for both the impacted residents and the council. We acknowledge that since the last TRIC meeting, everybody has been working hard to find a resolution to the issues raised, and Auckland Council and Auckland Transport have worked collaboratively with the STAR Group in trying to find a resolution to this issue. We hope that you can support us by agreeing to the funding and to continue the collaborative process to move forward with urgency.
Thank you for allowing us to speak today on behalf of the STAR residents and their families who have been profoundly impacted by Cyclone Gabrielle over 22 months ago. It has been a long and difficult journey for all of us, living with uncertainty, the ongoing challenges, and the emotional toll of knowing that the damage to our home and our lives was not just from the cyclone itself, but from the ripple effect that has continued to affect us day after day. We've worked really hard, side by side with Auckland Council and Auckland Transport, to reach this point. We are now standing at the threshold of a critical decision. It's crunch time. One that will allow us to truly begin the recovery process. This is not just about addressing the physical damage or fixing land and infrastructure. It is about rebuilding our community, our sense of security, and our future. Today is not about playing politics or pushing individual agendas. It is not about division or delay. Today is about doing what is right for the people you represent. The families, the children, the elderlies, the vulnerable people who have waited for this moment with hope, grace, and with patience. As the Whakatoki reminds us, e aha te mea nui o te oa. E tangata, e tangata, e tangata. What is the most important thing in the world? It is people. It is people. It is people. And today, we ask you to make a decision that reflects the reality of our community, to prioritize us who have been living in limbo for far too long. Your decision today will allow us to take the first real step towards recovery, not just for the land, but for the families who call it home. We trust that you will make this choice with urgency, the compassion, and the leadership that this situation demands. You have the power to change lives for the better, and we ask that you use that power with the people you serve in hurts. This is a conscience vote. Thank you very much. Kia ora. And we are welcome to take questions.
Thank you, Thibault and Tony. Questions? No, first one from Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I just know that, can you confirm that you've been talking to Auckland Transport about this issue? Is that correct? Yes.
That's correct. And
right.
we've met with Auckland Transport CEO 2 days ago.
Okay. So I'm interested in the 5 million. Can you confirm that the 5 million isn't new money? It is within existing budget.
Correct, Deputy Mayor. So to our knowledge, Auckland Transport has been allocated 390 million as part of the storm recovery effort to repair local road network. They've started the work. They've already achieved, I believe, as of the 30th of September, 75% of the repair or the sites, and they've spent 61% of their budget. They've been able to forecast that the roughly 200 slip that they need to fix, they will be able to actually save some money from that bucket. And at the moment, the forecast is saying that they will have a $5 million surplus. So that's, in fact, to your question, that's existing money. That's not money on top of what has been allocated.
Okay, so that's $5 million of surplus in the current Auckland Transport budget. Right, thank you.
Yes, can I just add to that? So it's 5 million surplus from the council share, which is 81 million, so that's forecasted surplus. They have been given permission from NZTA and the Crown partners to use that share.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Yeah, Greg.
Yeah, I might just pick up on the Deputy Mayor's question and the answers that were helpful. Just any unintended consequences in terms of potential adjustments to the forecast average rates increase. I just want to round out that conversation from there. And I guess another part is I just want to be clear, if Auckland Transport's able to make those savings and kind of ring fence that money within their own budgets, the purpose of coming to this committee, I just want to be clear on why it's coming here and why Auckland Transport can't just make that independent decision. So the rate increase would be for the council officers, yeah.
Councillor, that might be more properly a question when we come to the item for council officers and Auckland Transport staff who are represented here. Not to say that Thibault couldn't comment if he wishes, of course.
Yeah, not our role to answer there, but we understand that it's coming from the local share, and that's a budget that has already been allocated to them. But we understand that they need the support of the councillors to vote in favour, and in their own word, they said they will execute.
Thank you. Richard?
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Thank you very much for coming here once again and advocating for yourselves and your neighbours so well. My question just was, and it is a crude question, and I know it's difficult to answer because there's 60-odd examples, but what are the brief types of examples that aren't access issues? Just because I'm thinking of how many issues are also in our public reserves and stormwater reserves. So what kind of risks are there if they're not access?
It's pretty simple. We're talking about the stability of land. In the first instance, I think that's pretty clear. There's access issues where people need access to their homes. That's the stability is also threatening people's homes. And then there's just private property. And again, we remind you that this land is adjoining to the road network too.
And the last question, and I don't know how this will all shake out through this case management process, but when you say fixing the public land, we're not asking to fund private, do you mean that that Auckland Transport would fix it to a level where then you could put your own private asset on it, or would it be the expectation that AT would be completing both sides of that?
No, so to give you a clear example to your first question that relates to your second question, there is land that's on the side of the road that's undermining the dwelling above that land. That land is Auckland Transport land or Auckland Council owned land, yeah? So on that land, there is damage on the road reserve and there is damage above that, which is above the property boundary, right? So what we are all asking for is that Auckland Transport and Auckland Council fix their road reserve, make it safe, and then actually the property owner will be able to then do the fix that needs to be done within their boundary. And just to be clear, we are not asking for that to be paid with public money. That will be funded by the owner of the house, and with the support of, in some instance, EQC or private insurance. Yeah.
I think that's quite
I'll
clear.
add to that because I think what you're pointing to is how this issue has been presented, and it continually is presented as funding for private assets and the repair of private assets. That's not the case. There's actually the repair of the road reserve land, and we need that. There's more than often we know that we will then put the driveway on top of that, but we are not asking for money to repair private assets. We're just asking for the road reserve land to be repaired. Then we will fund and repair our private property.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joe?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear what you're asking. You're just asking us to do our job and fix our own assets, which is affecting your property. So I just wanted to know, what option did you want us to support again, please?
So thank you, Councillor, for your kind words. In the options that have been presented, each of the options have pros and cons. The most favorable option is option B, and that's the one that we recommend to look at. Actually, today, we don't think all the criteria need to be decided. We would recommend that we keep working as a collective, community, Auckland Transport, Auckland Council, to make sure that those criteria are defined. That's why we are recommending actually an application process to make sure that adjacent property owner can apply to enter in the program. But the first step today is to be able to have the ability to have some kind of funding and commitment that there is a program in place that will go and help fix capital towards capital work, so fix the land. That's the first step. And then all the details, we rely on the Council, Auckland Transport. We are happy to keep supporting, and that's what we've done since the beginning, to provide feedbacks. Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Any further questions? Thanks, Chris. Ken, you want a second? Okay, no further questions. We just want to thank you, as always, organised and articulate. So thank you very much for taking the time to come along. So it's been moved and seconded. Vote of thanks. Those in favour say aye. And against? Carried. Thanks, team. We have no more items of public input. We do have one item of local board input, and it is from the Waitakere Rangers local board. And so welcome online, Chair Greg Preslin. Good morning. Hand over to you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, councillors. Just checking audio is fine.
Perfect.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. With me is Deputy Chair Michelle Clayton and the rest of the board online watching. We've all taken a very keen interest in this. So I wish to speak on the Road Reserve Fund agenda proposal, which is later in your agenda. The local board has taken a major interest in issues relating to storm damage caused by the two storms last year. Our area, particularly Titirangi, Piha, Karikari and Tahinga, have borne the brunt of the effects of the storm. Previously, we advocated for full remission of rates for affected properties, and we thank Council for doing that. I note the buyback scheme is proceeding. I personally know a few families who are very grateful that they have been able to extricate themselves from difficult situations, but some families are still caught up by the effects of the storm, particularly those whose properties were affected by slips that are adjacent to their properties. EQC can't help them, their insurance company won't help them, but they're caught in a situation where their lives are on hold through circumstances beyond their control. If I could comment on the paper, it presents a cautious and understandable approach to the issue. I accept that the impacts of natural hazards on private property are considered normally to be a private responsibility, but ensuring against loss and protection from serious harm, which are covered by the buyback scheme, could also be considered to be a private responsibility. And I'd like to suggest that creating a fund to help people with landslips would not necessarily create a precedent. If this was the case, then the buyback scheme itself could be considered to be creating a precedent. And I've always regarded that as being a discrete decision of council to affect affected citizens. With the ongoing threats of supersized storms because of climate change, I'm afraid these damaging storms will become more and more common. And council may reach a stage in the future where it decides it cannot provide any further assistance to citizens affected. And that's why the country needs a national adaptation plan and a climate adaptation fund. They're vital, and clearly that needs to be done by central government. But for now, we have a situation where one group, homeowners with safety threats, are being offered assistance, but another group, homeowners with degraded access to their property, are not. And I would like to suggest that that distinction is an anomaly and one that I believe needs to be addressed. The scheme generally is to help our neighbours move on from traumatic and dramatic event and get on with their lives, but there are some who, because of an administrative distinction, are prevented from doing so. I note the cautious suggestion that $5 million be set aside, and I understand this will be discussed by councillors. The local board fully supports the creation of this fund, and in terms of its expenditure, we believe it's logical for AT to be the ones to spend the money, but that's for further discussion. We don't believe this creates a precedent, and in some situations, for instance, a slip on Pataroa Road in Titirangi, we consider that there is a benefit for council funding this work so that a stability compromised area is strengthened so that no future slips can occur. Up on screen, I've asked Section 8 of the Waitaki Ranges Heritage Area Act to be placed. The Heritage Area Act recognises that we live in a special area, and it requires us as council to protect and restore and enhance a beautiful yet fragile area. Council is required to restore and enhance degraded landscapes, and it's also required to recognise that people live and work in the area in distinct communities, and to enable those people to provide for their social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being. We believe that assisting affected residents, as is suggested in the paper, is a logical extension of council fulfilling its objectives under the Act. We fully support the creation of the fund, and we also believe that the case management service could be of assistance to locals and support that as well. Those are my comments. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Greg. Any questions? None. Well done. That's a sign of a good presentation, probably. But thank you, Greg, and appreciate the local board's interest and commentary on this. Someone like to move a vote of thanks? Thanks, Greg. Seconder, Ken. Those in favour say aye, and against, carried. Thanks, team.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, councillors.
Next item, we have no extraordinary items, so we move on to item 8, and that is NZTA update. And so welcome up Steve Mutton. Hand over to you, Steve. Great to see you here.
Thank you, Chair. It's always good to be here, and I'd just like to introduce to you Rachel Heron. Rachel's the Principal Advisor at the Comms and Engagement team in our Auckland and Northland office. So the Government Policy Statement 2024 sets a very clear agenda about what the government actually wants to achieve in land transport, and it's about boosting economic growth and productivity, resilience, reliability and safety. And with a record investment in Auckland of $8.4 billion over the next 3 years, there's certainly a lot to do, but we need to also celebrate the benefits from those projects that have recently been completed. And that's what I want to talk to you today, is around Aratuhuno, the Pūhoira Walkway. It's been open for just over a year now, so I'd just like to touch on the benefits that we have seen. So Iratahuno Pūhoi to Warkworth motorway, it's a crucial 18.5 kilometre route that significantly enhances the connection between Auckland and Northland. The state-of-the-art motorway was opened on a very wet day in June last year in 2023, and it's designed to provide that efficient, safe and resilient route for both people and freight. It's the second motorway in New Zealand to be built under a public-private partnership, and it's now being managed under the NX2 group for maintaining and operating the road for the next 25 years. It's not going to go back. Can you try and go back? So I need to go back a few slides, sorry. So the feedback from customers have been absolutely overwhelming. It's been really positive, 86% of users expressing their satisfaction with trips, and a notable 60% of users feel extremely safe on the road, and attributing any feelings of unsafety to the behaviour of other drivers rather than the road itself. Over half of the journeys on the motorway are for social visits, day trips or commutes, and residents living along the Old State Highway 1 have reported less waiting times to get in and out of their driveways, and they feel much safer with fewer vehicles, including the freight that's not on that road anymore. So just looking at the traffic demand at three particular locations, at Johnson Hills Tunnel, so the average daily traffic, the ADT, has increased by 2,500 over the year, and that's reflecting the population growth in North Auckland. There's been a noticeable decrease in traffic on the upper State Highway 16 by 20 to 25%, and significant reductions in bottlenecks during holiday and seasonal traffic. On the motorway itself, on Pūhoi to Warkworth motorway itself, the average daily traffic for 2024 is 20,800, indicating that the motorway is the preferred route for those people heading north and moving between Northland and Auckland. Approximately 90% of the daily trips along the Old State Highway 1 have shifted to the new motorway, and showing a switch from other parts of the network, such as State Highway 16. In terms of the Old State Highway 1, the average daily traffic has significantly decreased down to 9,200 in 2024, and its main purpose now is maintaining that local activity and reducing bottlenecks during that peak traffic times. So what we're seeing in terms of the travel time benefit is that the motorway has resulted in significantly shorter travel times for both northbound and southbound trips between Pūhoi and Warkworth. So the blue bar there is prior to the new motorway opening, the green bar is on the motorway, and the orange bar is on the Old State Highway 1. Now both the green and the orange are post-opening. So what we're seeing is about 3,100 vehicle hours per day in travel time saving. So that equates to more than 1.1 million vehicle hours each year. So it's significant. And what we're seeing is approximately an 8-minute travel time saving on the new motorway, which is 43% saving. And we're actually seeing 2 minutes of saving on the Old State Highway 1 due to the reduced traffic flows. There's also a number of other benefits as well, where the motorway has proven to be resilient with no unplanned closures due to the extreme weather events, which we saw significant weather event impact on state highways through Cyclone Gabrielle and hail. There's been a significant reduction in heavy vehicles on the Old State Highway 1, from 1,500 heavy vehicles per day to just 360, and that's resulted in a much more consistent and predictable freight journey, which is critical for that freight connection from Northland to Auckland. And the last piece of information I have here is around the collaboration we've had with Auckland Transport, as the Old State Highway 1 was revocated back to Auckland Transport, or to Auckland Transport. So we've worked really closely together on that through a joint governance board. We aligned the revocation as when we hand it back from a state highway to a local road, was aligned with the NLTP rollover date to allow for a more efficient approach to amend the respective maintenance and operation contracts. And there's been significant investment being made in the Old State Highway 1 corridor during the motorway's construction period. And NZTA has invested $6 million into the Old State Highway to bring it up to the fit for purpose state for Auckland Transport. So thank you, Chair. I'll hand it back to you for questions.
Thank you, Steve. Questions? Greg?
Yeah, thanks, Steve, for the update. Obviously, that ran right through my ward, and my opening comment would be that the NX2 did an outstanding job, virtually faultless in terms of their communications with the community. I mean, they were at ratepayer meetings, community meetings, stalls, all sorts of things, and everyone was highly informed and very appreciative of the amount of work and how a PPP worked, because it looked finished and wouldn't open until everything had been signed off, but the community was brought along with that. So I guess that's just leading into my question in terms of the, I guess, the learnings. And the next, what would be the next PPP on the list for NZTA? And were there any particular learnings that you feel might have been taken from this experience, when we had one, this is the second PPP, that we might take into the next one? If you could comment at just perhaps a high level on that. And Steve, I'll just let you know what my second question was, and that's the opening up Northland that really needs to go from Warkworth right up to the next segment of road, if you're in a position to comment on the next phase and the extension further north of that motorway. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll pass it over to Rachel to talk about any specific learnings. But look, certainly with NZTA have now operated 2 PPP models. We've certainly got a lot of learnings that we can take away and to build into any future PPP model. We've also gone out to the market, looked both in New Zealand and Australia about lessons learned about how we can do things differently as we build those lessons into anything that we may do in the future. Your second question was around the next stage of the corridor north. So under the government policy statement, there are 3 roads of national significance which have been identified, which is Warkworth to Tahana, Tahana to Port Marsden Highway, Port Marsden Highway to Whangarei. So 3 individual projects. What we're looking at doing that is combining into one overall corridor, which means that we can look at it from a much better way of looking at it from a procurement and efficiency perspective. And we're currently going through work in terms of getting stage 1 implemented as quickly as possible, which is Warkworth to Tahana. And there's an investment case that will be going to the Minister and Cabinet later this year with the route into Q1 to our board next year. So we are moving at pace. And yeah, we're really excited about that connection, which will provide a boost the Northland's economy and boost that connection between Auckland and Northland. But I'll hand it over to Rachel to talk about the learnings from Pūhoi to Warkworth.
Thanks, Steve. So thank you, Councillor, for your comments around the communications. That's definitely something we'll be taking forward. We know it's really important to bring the community along on these projects and have that understanding about how those PPP models work. So thank you for that. In terms of learnings, there was a huge lessons learned that happened, and they will be taking those forward. I don't have the specifics, but certainly we're looking at doing a lot more ground investigations for the next stage on Warkworth to Tahana, because that was something that we knew we needed to look into more. So that's underway at the moment. There's ground investigations going on that project.
Thank you. Desley?
Yeah, thank you both. Very successful stretch of road. I use it pretty regularly. I reckon it's taken sort of 15 minutes off where I needed to go by using it, so thank you. 20,000 vehicles on the road each way is, on average, is great. What's its actual capacity? Do you know? I mean, is that going to be the average that you think will be forever, or do you think it's got a capacity to take a lot more?
NZTA, we spend a lot of time looking 30 years out. So we've got a 30-year strategy called Arataki, and I'm happy to send you a copy, Councillor, that looks at the future growth for the region. So we work very closely with council staff around spatial planning and looking at the need and the population growth and making sure that we design and build transport connections that enable that growth to happen. So there's lots of capacity left in our network going forward.
Just Chair, if I may, so a comment, so I won't speak again, but obviously this is proving very successful for those who live on the old road, and that's what all this is about, isn't it? Freeing up that local road now, for want of a better word, and making sure all the traffic stays on the motorway, for want of a better word. Thank you, well done.
Thanks, Chris Darby.
Thanks, Steve. Welcome, Rachel. Can you just, you've noted it just very briefly here, to date, there's no deaths and serious injuries on the section of road, and that is from Johnston's Hill Tunnel right through to the crossroads to the north of the major Warkworth intersection. That was the boundary of the project, wasn't it? I think there's a construction company that has portable homes up there. That's the boundary of the zone of the project within which there have been no deaths or serious injuries, yeah?
At the time when the report was written, that was correct. Rachel and I have just been advised there was a serious injury of a pedestrian that walked onto the motorway just recently and was injured. So there's, I guess, one serious injury due to a pedestrian walking onto the motorway.
Right, and I think we may have had, unfortunately, a fatality on the revoked route of recent. Can you tell me, there is a discussion at government about increasing the speed on this road. I know it's a discussion at this time to 110 kilometres an hour, I think. Can you tell me what process is undertaken by Waka Kotahi to help inform whoever might make this decision to maintain the speed at 100 kilometres an hour or increase it to 110? I understand that you look at, the record of the road, etc. But can you outline what the process is from the Waka Kotahi viewpoint to ensure that a robust evidence-based decision eventuates?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Look, it's really important that NZTA provides a safe and resilient and reliable state highway network. So safety is a very big focus of ours. Whenever we look at a section of highway to modify the speed, particularly up, one of the processes is around going out to consultation to get the feedback from the community, and that has just been done. It's just closed recently. That information will then go to the NZTA board, who will then make a decision and make a recommendation through to the minister. As part of that board paper, there is a lot of technical advice around the design of the section of state highway that's been considered for a speed change. So we're looking at engineering geometry in terms of how the recommended speed of vehicles, the safety functions of that particular state highway, what type of barriers, etc., the lighting aspects, the line of sight aspects, when people are driving, how far they can see in advance. So there's all these technical parameters that are considered when considering that. So that process will go through to, as I say, in a board paper, which will provide a recommendation to our board.
One last one, Chair. When this road was being designed by all the various inputs, many different categories of engineer, I'm sure, and others, what was the design speed for the road? What speed was being anticipated when everything that went into that design and then the construction was being thought about?
So the road was designed and built to Austroad standards, so international standards, and they looked within the contract. There was a requirement for certain areas to be 110 design speed, and then they've now, once it's open, they wanted to look at how that's operating with the current speed. So there may be some safety improvements that they would need to make to go up to 110 if that is the decision. But yeah, it's a mix between 100 and 110 contract.
So it's a mix between 100 and 110 in the design speed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Honey.
Wrong one. Thanks for your report. I'm just a bit curious, and the data that you've given, which is great, in terms of the decreasing in the speed time. But the interest for me was the Joint Governance Board and whether mana whenua sit on that Joint Governance Board and what collaboration, if any, in the learnings it came out with. That's one question. The second one to that, and you used the word procurement, whether there's been, I suppose, a direct policy in getting mana whenua, Māori engagement. We've got the big infrastructure, I think it's Vaughan Hogan, Higgins that are working, whether there's been any sort of design around engaging directly with other providers to deliver on the infrastructure there.
Kia ora, and thank you for your question. You've heard me say, councillors, that when we have mana whenua Māori standing next to us when we work on our projects and with us every step of the way, our outcomes are much, much better than what they would be if they weren't with us. This is exactly the same with Pūhoi to Walk With, where we had Hokonuku board work with us in detail at a governance level and also at an operational level all through the whole project. We've had an outstanding relationship with Hokonuku, which we'll be taking forward to the next phase, which is the Walk With to Tahana stage. And I think you'll see on the project itself about the cultural markers, and that is directly input from Hokonuku about how we tell the story and the history and the culture of that particular area and how that's reflected and through the work that we've done.
And that's great to hear. In terms of procurement space and the offering directly, if any, whether they have capability or capacity to do that.
The procurement's really, really important. We always strive to engage with local businesses, including Māori, and in particular this project, we provided that opportunity. We probably didn't meet the expectations with Māori in terms of the overall project, but whenever there is an opportunity to procure, to source, to utilise local contractors, local people, we certainly do that. If I could use an example, we've been working the Mangamuka Gorge in the far north for the last 2 years. We're about to open that before Christmas. We had over 60% of those workers were local contractors, with a very high percentage were Māori. So it depends on where the project is, it depends on what the work is, but absolutely we work with Māori around that procurement of local businesses.
Thanks for that response.
Thank you, Honey. Christine.
A really great presentation. I guess my interest from an Auckland Council perspective is we're NZTA are responsible for state highways, we're responsible for local roads and so on. The assumptions that underpin the way in which revocation of a state highway and the agreements therein, maybe it's a question for Auckland Transport, but going forward, the responsibility for these carriageways becomes that of Auckland Transport. So the funding responsibilities really fall on Auckland Council. So I'm just wanting to know, and I was interested in the question that Greg Sayers put to you on the lessons that we've learned and things. In terms of the negotiation that takes place between NZTA and Auckland Transport before the revocation of the previous state highway, what can we understand in terms of the standard of that corridor? Basically what we're picking up by way of responsibility and what our expectations might be in going forward.
Yes, thank you for your question, Councillor. NZTA has a really good working relationship with Auckland Transport, and our technical teams work very closely with Murray Burt's technical teams in terms of looking at any particular state highway that what we call being revoked back to a local road. So if we build a new state highway, NZTA is responsible for the maintenance and operations of a state highway. We then revoke the other old state highway back to a local road. Within your National Land Transport Plan, when Auckland Transport puts their bid in for funding, there is a percentage in there that is allocated for new assets or growth of assets. So in this particular NLTP, there was a percentage allocated and funding was allocated to that, which would cover the extension of the local road network, which includes this. So, and what it means is, as part of the negotiation of the revocation process, we will work with AT around their standards and make sure that when we hand the road over, that the old state highway meets the current standards of the Auckland Transport Network. And that's why NZTA, the government, invested $6 million into this old state highway to meet the needs of the Auckland Transport standards.
I guess we should take much comfort from that the standard of what is now a local road for us is of the highest order, and that there will not be any immediate work that you are aware of that might be required. It's probably a question for me to pose to Dean Kimpton, but I've always been fascinated around the transfer of responsibility when new state highways are put in place, and to see it sort of being formalised and whatever lessons we learn from it. It's just interesting to see whether the funding siphons are, especially when you're working within a public-private partnership for the new state highway. So I'm just wanting to follow the sequence of that and understand it rather better. Thanks.
Yeah, there is actually an agreement in place which sets out very clearly the level of investment that's needed to bring the road up to the fit for purpose for Auckland Transport. In fact, there is a little bit of work being done at the moment by Auckland Transport on that road, but that is part of that funding agreement and negotiation at the time.
John. Thanks, Steve. And that is an excellent addition for people living in the north, certainly. Just a question I sometimes get from people is to do with the tolls. Is $2.60 for using that northern gateway. If you have 5 days to pay it, if you don't pay it in 5 days, I think you get an administration cost of $4.90. So that's not inclusive of the $2.60. That would make it $7.50, doesn't it? Do you know? Well, okay. It adds to the penalty fee. Yeah. So I'm just every time I usually take the alternative route because my Scottish heritage just keeps getting pulled over to Waiwea. I can't do anything about it. But I do hear anecdotally from people that that forget to pay. Does NZTA have any statistics on the number of people who get that penalty payment essentially then? Because obviously, that's something people would look to avoid, particularly at the moment with high costs and everything. The last thing they want is, forgetting to pay. Do we have any stats on the number of people who then actually don't pay within that 5-day period and get hit with that penalty payment?
Councillor, I'm not sure off the top of my head. I imagine we would do, but I'll certainly have a look and come back to you.
Yeah.
I think what's really important is NZTA is looking at ways that we can make it easier for people to connect with us. And if you haven't already, I encourage you to download our app, our new app, which we've provided, where people can get reminders about their warrant of fitness, their car registration, their tolling. You can pay tolling on your phone with the app. So I'll send the link around to you. I encourage you to install it. It's an easy way of accessing NZTA systems as well. We're looking at growing that app. Maybe one day it'll have driver licenses, etc. in it. So it's certainly something we're excited about using our digital platform to connect better with customers.
and I guess the obvious other point to emphasise is that although there is a theoretical non-payment from Puhoi up to Warkworth, but of course everyone you can't get on to travel just that section, so it's a toll road for the whole route, not just part of the route as sometimes people misapprehend. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, John. Chris?
Just quickly, and I should have asked earlier, Steve and Rachel, just in terms of the Annex 2 25-year maintenance contract, that is in an holistic sense. That is the landscape, not just the tarmac. I've said to you in the past, Steve, NZTA Wakakatahi is a good cultivar of pampas along its state highway network, cultivator of pampas. I just wanted to check that the magnificent planting regime that you put in place along this route, and it really is incredible, the indigenous landscape that you've created there, is part of the maintenance agreement. And does it extend beyond the boundary, because a lot of the land beyond you actually acquired to ensure there was stability, etc.? Can you just give a sense of the extent of that Annex 2 25-year contract?
So the landscaping is included in that 25-year maintenance contract, but when we talk about the land beyond the designation, that's been rolled back, so that land will then be offered back to the original owners. So we will not be maintaining beyond that boundary of the designation, but yeah, within the motorway designation, yeah, that's included.
Thank you. Desley?
Thanks. You just brought up a question when you talked about the app. I think the link around to all councillors is a really good idea, but my question is, how can you give Aucklanders confidence that that app is secure with their data? Because there's a very large scam going around for paying tolls that I've certainly received multiple times, and I know other people have as well. So can you help us with that?
Sure, when I send the link around, I'll also put something around the security that we have in place for that. The app has gone through significant testing in a controlled environment and has been released publicly just recently.
Yeah, maybe, and something that we can share with our communities around, if you get a message saying you haven't paid your toll, what to check from that message so that you can be assured it is not scam, but it's actual. So some guidelines around that would be really useful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? None. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Steve. Someone like to move that we receive the report? Thank you, Christine. Seconded, Desley. Is there any great desire for a debate on this? Didn't think so. I'll put it. Those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Thanks, team. Next item on the agenda is the update from our recovery office. And so I think we've got Craig and Mace and Murray and Jeremy from AT are here in support, I believe, if there are any pressing questions in regards to those things. But welcome, Mace, and welcome, Craig.
Kia ora mai tātou, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and members. Good to be here to give you an update today. Just really an acknowledgement first that whilst this update shows some significant progress on the presentation, that we still have communities and homeowners that remain displaced or in some form of harm across the region, and we'll come to that in terms of our social recovery response as well. We'll cover off around natural built environment, categorisation, and the social and community recovery work, and touch on the Storm Response Fund that the Council's put in place as well, and bringing that fund together for coordination. And we will mention transport progress. So just in terms of categorisation, we are just on 73% through that process. We have had, with the recent upsurge of the scheme closing, and we're now at 3,515 people opted in. That is the final number, but it has signalled that we potentially have more in the Category 3 space than we had forecasted. As you'll see, we've got 890 in Category 3, and we'll get to where we're into the buyouts as well. You will see Category 2C advance quite a bit now that we have approval to go ahead with the two Mangere projects in Te Arata and Harangia. The Category 2C properties, we're expecting 69 properties in that location, which will provide protection to those homeowners and give them relief. There's a focused program working with those communities. In terms of buyouts and removals of home removals, just on 800 property owners are in the buyout process. 687 have received their valuation. So that's a market valuation on the 26th, as of 26th of January 2023, before any damage. 442 have accepted the offer. We haven't had many disputes around valuation, in fact, very few. But I would note that gap between receiving an offer and accepting an offer is something we want to bring down and understand with homeowners how we can do that. They are their personal circumstances involved, obviously making a significant decision, but we're wanting to progress that as part of our transition plan and move forward. 341 homes purchased, and now we're starting in the removal of homes, relocation, deconstruction, and where required, demolition. We've got quite a program now across 9 suppliers for around demolition, deconstruction, and putting EOIs out. Potentially 200 to 250 homes would be our forecast and objective if we could relocate and reuse those homes somewhere else in the future. In terms of Category 2C, I think the most significant progress in October was the Royal Assent and Cabinet and Executive Committee approval of an order in Council to allow us to accelerate the 2 projects in Mangere. And that means that whilst there's no appeal rights to those 2 projects in the normal sense, the Resource Management Act is amended only for those 2 projects. There is an ongoing engagement with the community that will bring 69 homeowners, intolerable risk to life homeowners relief, and further number that will have reduced flooding to flooding and floor level. Community groups, as I said, meeting monthly, and construction plan to commence in March 2025. So it's been really fast following design and build. One of the issues of issuing Category 2Cs to those homeowners is just the final design being confirmed, so we know what the extent of flood relief that's provided, but that's being worked through. Miriwai, the engineered bund that was to protect Domain Crescent and 4 homes was found to be uneconomic. So we progressed to purchase those homes in a more economic outcome, and that's well underway. But we are also, aside from that, delivering stormwater network improvements in Miriwai to improve the management of stormwater and reduce the impacts of flooding and potential landslips to that community. Really now turning to the Making Space for Water program, which is quite a broad program and funded out of the Storm Recovery Fund that the council funded through the long-term plan. These projects really are aimed at improving our intelligence and improving response to maintenance. So the hotspot cameras in particular, there's AI involved in those, so really that then alert our maintenance contractors to any blockages and allow a really rapid response to alleviate those problems that may occur or have occurred in catchments over time. And you'll see the other part of the program that's being delivered in those locations. Social recovery, so a really significant part of what we do and have been doing is the social and community recovery. And you heard some of that this morning from the STAR group as well, how critical that is for communities to be able to move on and rebuild their lives, which is part of our purpose in recovery. Navigators have supported over 2,000 families through this process, the navigation service, and we're now supporting 810. So whilst it's still a significant amount, we are seeing the trend in the right direction, and people have been able to move on with their lives in those for those most affected homeowners and communities. The service has been extended with some reduced capacity through until June 2025 with the council and our community partner navigators that we're funding within the community. And community partners continue to provide wellbeing support into the communities. I thought it was worth just and acknowledging Murray Burt here from Auckland Transport, but worth acknowledging the partnership with our recovery partners, Auckland Transport and others. Murray, without stealing your thunder, really it's 77% of the transport network projects have been completed, and you can see the splits there between major projects and minor projects. But we will see a real target, I know, of the 20th of December to get roads that have been closed open. That program will run through, probably extending beyond the middle of the year next year, 2025. But I think unlocking the maintenance contractors to deliver these projects had led to a much more rapid response and the learnings around how we can respond quickly to ensure that people can get to and from their homes safely and to and from work and in their community, so important in their communities. And we've been asked to have some assistance, or I believe Auckland Transport have, in the Hawke's Bay and Tairāwhiti to share some of those learnings to allow more rapid response. Just lastly, and this is in your pack, councillors, I'm not going to run through this, but these are the projects and 4 key programs funded by the Storm Response Fund. Package 1 is about that proactive maintenance and monitoring, and I've touched on that. Package 2 is about strengthening Auckland emergency management, and that's well reported through to the Civil Defence and Emergency Management Committee. Package 3, providing people with better targeted information around climate change in an unstable climate. And then 4, the coordination of capital works and land use planning. And just to acknowledge, there is work as part of our funding agreement with the Crown around a national adaptation framework that is progressing by the Ministry for the Environment, but we're yet to see that reported back. So Craig, Murray and myself are happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mace. Questions? First up, Julie.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you for this really comprehensive update. I do have a few questions, sorry, Chair. The 40% opt-in for the Category 3, there's some commentary there that suggests that you're comfortable with that level of opt-in. What's that sort of based on? Do we have some comparators, say with Christchurch or overseas disasters? 40% sounds like a lot, but also there's 60% who didn't. So how are we determining that 40% is a reasonably good result?
So which paragraph are you looking at, Councillor Fury?
I started writing down the paragraph numbers for from the next question onwards, but not this one, sorry. I'll see if I can find it. Maybe we come back to that question. Yeah. So if I ask my next question while we work that out, if that's okay, Chair. So this one's para 14. So this is talking about the navigator support. In noting that the categorisation has closed, is it possible for new whānau to seek to be added to the navigator support though?
The short answer is of course.
Okay,
the
great.
navigator service will run through to at least the middle of next year. We've been able to secure funding for that.
Thank you. Going back to that earlier question, Desi tells me it's para 4. There we go.
40% was successful with around 40% of identified high-risk couples choosing to opt in.
So that really relates to that proactive door knocking that we've done and gone out. There's no benchmark for that, but so we targeted those high-risk properties that we'd identified through our home-by-home assessments, and then our response to that for people opting in was 40%. So we don't have a benchmark, councillor.
Okay.
But we are pleased that people are opting in when they're in those high-risk situations.
So something perhaps to come back with then is an understanding of why people who didn't opt in didn't. I mean, obviously there's some where we just couldn't contact them, but there will be others where people have consciously chosen not to. So I'd be really interested in what the trends are there, because, you know, we will potentially have a process like this again in the future, and be good to be able to identify as many of those barriers that we can overcome in the future as possible.
Thanks, Councillor Ferry. I mean, it is much higher than the more general opt-in process, so that targeted opt-in, but certainly we are commissioning some lessons learnt from this process, and those will be one of the things we look at. Thank you.
Great, and I think probably capturing that in that February conversation that you've indicated in here about the lessons learned would be great. The 2P not being, so this is para 21, 2P not being eligible for the temporary accommodation assistance or scheme, and I know we've got another conversation happening about the trust's property. I'll put that to one side. 2P not being eligible, that's going to create some issues for people who need to move out of their home during, say, lifting. How are we expecting insurance companies will be assisting people in that circumstance if central government support's not available?
I think it'd be a case-by-case issue, Councillor Ferry, but our support through the navigation service, we do have an insurance specialist, two, and that's proved very valuable for homeowners in terms of making sure they get their entitlements and supporting them.
So we don't have an easy answer on that one, but we'll keep a brief. Okay, keep watching. Okay. A question around 39, which is the multi-unit and the special circumstances, and you've got a really useful thing in the dashboard about special circumstances. That's page 18 in the attachments for those who are looking, second page of the dashboard. I just wondered if you could speak a little bit more, please, to sort of some of the trends with those special circumstances. There's a lot there that are under unique, and there isn't a category for multi-dwelling units. So I wondered if that's where the multi-unit ones are sitting, as under unique, or what's sort of going on there, because most of the rest of the breakdown all makes sense, but unique is huge. Are there any trends within unique, particularly around multi-units? I've got a number of multi-unit cases.
There are a number, Councillor Ferry. I don't have the number right here, but we are aware of 78 buildings which are multi-unit titles across 178, 341 I think it is, units currently. Off the top of my head, that number changes. Those are quite complex, as you say. So a number of those are in the unique special circumstances. The other category captured there is financial hardship.
Yes.
And that's not eligible in the policy. And then there are other various circumstances where people are seeking to go outside the scheme
in some way
to get relief where they find themselves.
And
so a wide variety.
Yeah. And how are we going, and this is probably a Craig question, on meeting the timeframes around some of those disputes and special circumstances, because they were quite ambitious.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I don't have those numbers directly in front of me, but I can come back to you. I know we have sped up the process quite considerably. We've brought extra resource in, so we now have a couple of lawyers working on our special disputes as well with the team, so it is an area of focus, but I'll come back to you with the accurate numbers.
Great. I only have two more questions, Chair. I'm getting a look from Andy. One is just making sure that we're going to do some public comms around this, because I'm getting a lot of people going, oh, we don't feel like council's done anything since the storms, but we need to tell that story. So is that coming?
Absolutely.
Great. Cool. That was a quick one. And then my last one is probably more for Murray, but I noticed that there's a mention in the making space for water portion of the update, this is again in the attachments, that there's work coming on agreement with Auckland Transport for changes to roadside drainage expectations. I have a lot of areas where what happened in the road corridor had a big impact on residential properties. Can you just give us a little bit more of an idea of what that is? And I mean, are we talking about the role of berms? Are we talking about the camber of the road? Are we talking about who takes responsibility for some of those stormwater assets that have sort of mixed responsibility depending on how high above the ground they are? What's sort of just a quick 20 seconds on what we should expect to be happening in that space, because it's the first I've heard of that work, which sounds really important.
We have a service level agreement with Healthy Waters, between Healthy Waters and Auckland Transport, which defines roles and responsibilities when it comes to management of drainage in the road corridor. So that's in place. I think that this mention in the report today is around the interaction with the blue-green networks and the road network. So there's a number of projects in place where we're looking at upsizing culverts to increase the capacity for water to flow under the road and so on. So it's definitely around that. I'm not sure exactly the full extent of the engagement with Healthy Waters, but we have a close working relationship and we can come back to you with more information.
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Julie. Chris Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Can I firstly say thank you? I appreciate for Julie and I the fact that you've taken the trouble to come and do site visits. There's still a high level of anxiety within our community, and so my questions probably are unashamedly parochial by nature in terms of where my concerns are. There is growing interest you refer to and some of this may be material that you'll be reporting back to the December meeting of this committee, growing interest in the future use of storm impacted land. Can you speak further to that?
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Yeah, we are reporting back to you in February.
February, okay.
On the principles around the policy development for the future of storm-affected land.
But just in a general sense, do you have a flavour?
The flavour, Councillor Fletcher, is obviously some of that land is required for making space for water, the blue-green network, for example, of improving the stormwater network. Other areas are certainly hazard areas in terms of the landslip locations and will become more of an amenity provision. And then there's opportunities potentially for redevelopment of some of the land for other purposes once resilience is put in place, but it has a really long time frame around it, or alternative uses in the meantime, so the land that for non-residential use. And lastly, around where there's a provision gap in the open space network and the land can safely meet that provision gap, then those opportunities will be there.
Thank you for that, Mace. I think scoping that in the way that you have will be really helpful for people as we work through until February. So I've been concerned about the Storm Response Fund and whether there's sufficient funding in this package. But there has been a question posed to me by the Albert Eden Local Board Chair about whether the people of Albert Eden with an equity lens will not be adversely impacted, because anything of this nature is traumatising. It doesn't matter where within the region you are living, it's still a traumatic event in your life. Can you give me the assurance today that I can relay that to the people living in the Albert Eden community, that they will not be negatively affected and they will be treated equitably?
Certainly, Councillor, we're taking an equity lens across the whole region in what we do. So certainly equity is top of our minds in terms of how people are.
I take great comfort from your response, so thank you.
Thanks, Christine. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. How worried should I be about point 6, which is higher than current forecast buying into category 3, and point 33 that the home removals are also, the cost associated with home removals are also higher than forecast? I.e., do you think we've got enough elastic in the budget? Because I'm not sure where you're going to get any more money from.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate the question and in terms of the potential risks. So we have outlined the risks. I think the Chief Executive in his report to the governing body outlined that our forecast now, given the upsurge in opting in and our case-by-case assessments across the region indicated an increase up to potentially 1,200 Category 3 homes. So really that would be a retreat. But our work with Cyclone Recovery Unit and Crown Infrastructure Partners and agreement through Cabinet last year, earlier this year, has allowed as long as we stay within the envelope, that will be funded. Of course, there's a balance and a trade-off between retreat and resilience funding, and that's what we'll be reporting to this committee on the 5th of December, along with 2 priority business cases for resilience projects.
Thanks, that gives me a lot more confidence.
I do want to be really clear on this point that there is a potential cost pressure here. We're watching it closely, and Mace is correct. There are useful discussions with central government in terms of the broader funding envelope, yes, but it may be, I'm signalling this, it may be that there's a cost pressure that we need to discuss through the annual plan process. So, watch this space, really.
Yeah. That sort of, yeah. Did you want to say something, Craig?
Kia ora. Thanks, Councillor. Just going to touch on the house removal program. So that's ramping up quite considerably now. We removed 33 homes between 1st of October and today, which is good progress, aiming at 30 per month. The costs to date have been higher than budgeted. We were budgeting $52,000 per site. We're currently around about the $84,000 mark. A lot of that driven by the fact that those first home removals were in Muriwai, Piha, Karikari, so quite precarious sites with a lot of considerations around health and safety. We've found asbestos in probably more properties than we anticipated as well, which has driven costs up, but we do anticipate those costs will drop down as we get into areas where it's easier to remove houses. Currently, 30% of the properties we're removing are being relocated, which is a real success story, and around about 45% of dwellings are being deconstructed rather than demolished, so not trying to reduce waste to landfill. We are reporting back to you in December with more detail on this.
That was my sort of positive lens from that, please talk about the positive things that we're doing with the houses that we are removing, i.e. recycling, moving them somewhere else, doing other things that actually means we don't just level them and chuck it all away. So I appreciate that. I also want to ask Murray, you about point 8, because that is what the STAR group have talked about. That is that you've spent 81% of your budget and 74% from the flood recovery program, and 74% identified sites have been completed. Do you believe then that you may have some unspent budget by the time you get to the end?
The most complex sites are the ones that are at the end of the program, so therefore the most costly. So the 2 numbers are not aligned. But what we are forecasting, as was said previously, is that there could be around a $5 million underspend of the original budget allocation, and that's based on forecasting. But the work is in progress, and like I said, the more expensive, more costly sites towards the end, like Millflat Road Bridge and some other more complex sites.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ken.
Thank you. 3 questions, please. First of all, Craig, about these houses, 1,200 houses, and we've removed 35 so far. Getting complaints with people who have got, like on Ehrlich Road, where there's 12 houses sitting there that we own, squatters, vermin not being cleaned, the grounds and stuff not being mowed. How are we going to manage that? What are we doing to manage? We said we would manage that.
Yeah, I think two components to that question, councillor. The first one is, can we go faster on demolishing, deconstruction, removing? We are working on that currently. So we currently have 11 contractors who were appointed through a procurement process and a panel. They're managing 7 geographic locations. We are looking to increase that, and again, that'll be part of the paper we bring back to you in December. So, but having said that, we won't be in a position to have removed every house until probably the end of 2026, we're predicting. So there will be houses sitting empty for periods, and that's another consideration. The second part of the answer is around how we manage that dynamic where people where we do have squatters, we are having vandalism, graffiti and the likes. We are working on a maintenance program currently and how we manage the likes of grass and damage to properties, but that's still a work in progress.
So there's no message to give back to these people yet that the vermin and the squatters and the problems next door are going to be managed?
We are addressing them on a case-by-case basis, but at this stage I'd prefer to come back to you with a strategy document.
Thank you. Two questions for Auckland Transport, please, Mr. Burt. The slips you talked about being repaired, hard to understand those figures. Do you have a categorisation for the slips? Like, are the slips on that number up there that you've got, every slip with cones around it, or is it just every subsidence anywhere, or anywhere where there's dirt over the curb, or is there a categorisation for your slips?
Yeah, there's a lot of detail in behind the report, and every slip site's been assessed and categorised, major, minor, or able to be immediately addressed. The figures that you saw on the report only relate to the 2023 storm event. So there are other slips across the network related to other pre-existing slow-moving landslides and so on. So it doesn't cover every single slip on the network, but relates to the 2023 event.
Yeah, thank you. And last question. I did a site visit on the Scenic Drive with Mr. Potter the other day and stuff. Learned there that those slips, the resource consents are being gained in retrospect. So we see them as so important that we're under emergencies, we've been able to do all the work, and the consents and all that costing, etc., is being done in retrospect. Is that all the slips or just those ones?
So under emergency legislation, there's the ability to do things much faster than under a normal process. So we've been operating, obviously, for the 23 event under the rules for emergency response, and that allows retrospective consent applications. So that rule doesn't relate to every single slip on the network, only for the emergency-related ones.
Thanks, Kent. Richard?
Thank you, Chair. My first question is a little bit like Councillor Turner's. We're getting to the sort of sharp end of a lot of complex cases. Is there a way to help link the consents of these issues with the 2P? Often we're funding a 2P issue, but then maybe the consent doesn't get granted for it, or they get to the point where they've got a 2P, but then suddenly we've got another many-month process through consents. I know there's obviously legal, we can't have people jumping the queue or whatever. And then there's other issues around how we help, in this case, if we do this grant process for the Auckland Transport support, will there be a sort of potentially a project manager to help people through that case? And that would also be along issues we've had with Healthy Waters Land, water care, and our reserves, which are many hundred across Auckland. In my experience on the shore, there's probably many hundred on the shore, unfortunately.
Through the chair, if I perhaps address the question around 2P first. So we do have obviously our navigators who are helping property owners through this process. We also have property advisors, so they help out, and we have a 2P dedicated team who also go in and help out. In terms of consents, if it's basically an adjustment to a property on the footprint, it doesn't need a consent. Where a consent's involved, we do put that through our streamline team in the resource consents area, which is prioritising and supporting those consents.
Okay, so I just keep sending those examples up to you because in my experience it's not always the case
I mean there are always exceptions and unique situations and complexities involved in these. I mean we really do need to look at them on a case by case basis.
And my next question, and some of that might be in relation to our hazards plan change, which we hope to enact when the government allows, what does happen to those 2,000 or more homes? You know, it's great to see we're increasing the numbers where we can, but what happens to those 2,000 odd homes that we aren't able to give money to through the categorisation, but what sits on their limb going forward? What kind of future I know that's a broad statement for individual properties, but, you know, there's a lot of pain out there for those who maybe thought they would get bought out and they just don't reach the threshold, and we don't have another $2 or $3 billion to help.
Yeah, thank you. You're referring to Category 1 properties, Councillor, yeah. Look, I mean, there are a lot of people in very awkward situations. We acknowledge that where there might be costs associated with remediating a property, but they don't meet the criteria. That is falling back on those individuals. In terms of what's on the limb or the property file, I mean, things like floodplains are identified anyway. So there is no more information other than the fact they are a Category 1. I mean that does sit on their limb, but yeah, I say most of the information related to natural hazards is there regardless.
And very last question, thanks Chair. So Councillor Dalton and I have spoken to Select Committee on National Adaptation Plan and also the inquiry. Our officials are this team or Phil Wilson speaking to government about where do we get this national direction? Like, we cannot, if this happened again beginning of next year, I don't foresee this process coming again. And we've seen in South Dunedin the government kind of pushed back on, oh sorry, I got some distraction behind me, but what will be, have you been talking to officials around when are we going to get some sort of national direction? Because it seems fairly scary 2 years on that we still don't have a way through this process around manage retreat or policy around, you know, insurance making our planning decisions for us, etc.
We have been in discussions, but this is happening at a national level. With a number of players, not exclusively obviously in relation to Auckland, because the concerns for a national response. I have to say I've got no clarity on when an answer will arrive or what that is likely to be. I think it's an area that there should be continued advocacy around at a political level, and we will continue the engagement with others, with MFE who are leading that body of work.
Thank you, Richard. Honey.
Kia ora. Just a couple of questions around funding and the engagement and partnership with Māori, directly with iwi. What was the percentage of funding given to iwi to actually, I think the word you used, meaningful participation or kaitiakitanga? What was the percentage?
Kia ora, Member Renata. I can't give you the actual percentage. We can look at that in terms of across the board, but our procurement process through particularly the removal of homes, procurement has high number of, or reasonably higher number than our procurement rules, our procurement settings predicts for companies involved, as well as we have 3 iwi groups who are assisting with the recovery planning work that we're doing within communities and iwi, assisting with cultural heritage inventory as well.
It'd be great if we can get that info back. And I just wanted to add, Christine Fletcher, and you made a comment about equity. It's good to hear that you've actually identified, because that is a big issue for us sitting within Auckland, and how that is engaged directly in terms of the procurement spaces as well.
Okay, any further questions? None. I think Deputy Mayor's happy to move. There a seconder. Thank you, Christine. Any discussion or debate? Well done. All right, those in favour say aye, and against carried. Thank you. Okay, item 10. The resolving road reserve damage, and you'll note up there are some chairs recs that I'll be moving, and I'm putting them up because I acknowledge the situation that the property owners are in and acknowledge them here today. And obviously these are not what the property owners are after. However, they provide, I believe, an opportunity to mitigate risk to council and ratepayers overall, whilst ring fencing funding to assist affected residents, which wasn't available, that ring fencing in the proposal that was put forward in the report. I'm also acknowledging just how difficult this situation is for staff, and Barry will speak to that shortly in regards to the advice they're giving us. A grant scheme of $5 million is obviously insufficient to deliver the capital works that is required to fix a number of issues that we all know exist. And I certainly don't want to be into a position where that $5 million is expended and we are having to pick winners and losers in regards to how we are using that. We also need to understand and take into consideration the uncertainty of issues like this that we've just talked about in the preceding item. These recs are taking option 1 as the starting point, with commitments from both Council and Auckland Transport to do all they can to sit alongside and assist property owners, whilst ensuring there's money that was proposed in option 4 available to mitigate the risk to Council, while also assisting property owners through covering costs such as consenting and other licensing fees. It mitigates the significant risk to Council whilst ensuring financial and other assistance for non-capital works. So I'll be moving those. Councillor Darby, happy to second. I am aware and have been advised of an amendment which will be moved by Councillor Turner and I believe seconded by Councillor Leone. It is my intention that we move to that straight away and that we focus questions to the staff on the amendment, which hopefully is going to be put up, if it's already up. There we go. So that's the amendment been moved and seconded. So now propose that we launch into questions on that, and we'll deal with that amendment first. So. Yeah. Yeah, so let's take a 5-minute break. We'll get it out to you. And apologies for it not reaching you. Do I get to speak to it? Yeah, we do, but we'll take the 5-minute break first, Ken, so that people can see it, and then you'll get the chance to speak to it so that people understand what you are talking about. We'll lead off with some comments. So we'll just take that 5-minute break just so people are aware of what's going on. Have we got, just checking for quorum? I think we're right, aren't we? Okay, so we'll resume the meeting, and thank you for patience, because it's important that we get this right. So just a couple of little wording changes within Ken's amendment, which he is okay with, and I believe Kieran's okay with it. Is that correct, Kieran?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So just going to ask, before Ken speaks to it, we'll ask Barry to lead off with some comments.
Thank you, Chair. And if I might just speak to the advice from officers on Council's response to those properties impacted by the damaged road reserves, and certainly Murray and Mace and Craig are here to speak to that more and address it. First out, look, it is clear and recognised that the property owners find themselves in a very difficult situation. All accepted that, and there are thousands of homeowners around Auckland who have been impacted by the events of last year and have to do repairs on their properties. This particular situation is quite complex, and some of that is set out, and I'm sure it'll be spoken to as well. It's to do with that land ownership in road reserves. It makes these situations more difficult for homeowners to resolve on their own. There have been frequent meetings between staff, and they've worked together to try and find solutions within the boundaries of Council's roles and funding. There are clear established responsibilities for assets and activities in the road reserve that are nationally consistent and supported by case law. Like any private landowner, Council has a duty of care towards its neighbours. However, Council is not responsible for the results of natural hazards. Taking guidance from case law, Council typically investigates the issue and informs neighbours if there are actions that need to be taken. Council is not required to make repairs in the road reserve and is not funded to do so. Stepping aside from those parameters, risks setting a precedent that is not funded in our regular business or by our main funding partner, NZTA, remain and are high. Both NZTA and Cyclone Recovery Unit have made it clear that they will not provide funding for this work. If the Council provides funding, officers have identified that there is a high risk of established precedents or expectations that would apply to other natural damage hazard in the future. Should councillors decide that they do want to take action in these limited circumstances, officers suggest a capped scheme. That the criteria to address the unique circumstances of these cases can be developed, limiting the scheme to the North Island weather event and associated funding, and to situations where the impacts have significantly reduced access to the joining home. There is a fund of $5 million available. Anything outside of that would have to be funded privately. However, and this is a key point, this is not likely to reduce the risks associated with precedents or setting expectations, and that's something that councillors will need to consider in your deliberations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Barry. Leading off, Ken, with your amendment, do you want to speak to it first before we go into questions?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. So thank you very much for this opportunity. This is a continuation of our motion, my notice of motion a month ago, and we decided at the end of that the principle was good, but we needed time to just work out the budget, if there was one, what it could be, and the facts the parameters around the problems. What's up there is what I'm proposing is on top of the chair's recommendations. There's been a tsunami of verbiage in the last 24 hours, and in which we've all been discussing the what if, oblivious to the what is. And the what is the situation these people find themselves in. And it's the council's, you know, we all buy into this council family and pay our rates for the collective better of us all and of the system, the roading system, the pathing system, the piping system we live in. I think what they've got here is, you know, functionality. That's what's missing. These people have been sitting with no functionality for the last 22 months. And we're doing repairs around the place ourselves, slip repairs, and we're getting all our consents in retrospect. We are saying this is an emergency. We need to get these matters fixed fast. Well, these people have been living an emergency for the last 22 months. And so my amendment really is just on top of your recommendations, Mr. Chair, but I'm putting back the ability for the capital for the 5 million to be spent on capital and not locked onto just the consenting and the academic. And I know there's all sorts of designs and all that sort of stuff and that we have to plan these things, but Auckland Transport put that second and put the capital expenditure of getting the asset fixed first. And I'm asking us to do that today for these people. I'm just saying, you know, let's make this so that we can get that 5 million to cost-effective outcomes on the ground for all parties. And it's not just a private gain from this. There is, in almost all cases, there is a public improvement element as well. I think we've hammered this to death in many ways. I've written so many notes here that I can't really go back to because the local board and the presenters did such a good job of presenting concisely the issue. This is the humanity I'm talking to. So I'd like you to vote to accept my amendment, which puts onto the recommendations, which puts the $5 million back to be able to be spent on capital spending, not just locked into the council process part. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ken. So I'll now hand over to the staff and they can speak to the report.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, just want to acknowledge again, as Barry has already done, the hardship on these property owners, and do want to acknowledge the STAR group in terms of the advocacy. Thibaut, Tony, Rachel and Catherine particularly have led this, and we've worked closely with them, particularly Auckland Transport, and I know they've been grateful for the Auckland Transport interface. As officers, we have an obligation to present the issues as we understand it impacts council in terms of the way the bylaws, the policies that we currently have in place, and the greater good for the ratepayers of Auckland, and that's where this report comes from. It is a very difficult situation. I mean, the main issue that that we face is that these repairs are difficult to split in terms of responsibilities. You know, if they sit across Auckland Transport, Auckland Council, and the adjacent property owners. For the council group, repairing road reserves for private benefit or funding adjacent homeowners to undertake such repairs runs contrary to our current practice, and therefore anything we do here does run the risk, as Barry identified, of creating precedent. There is money available, as has been identified. Auckland Transport can speak to that better than I can. We have recommended in 25 of our report some criteria around the scope of what we should be considering in this process. And certainly, you know, our major recommendation initially was around providing the level of support through a case management type process, which would include the consenting process, the licensing processes, and so on, to support homeowners in their work through remediating the issues on their properties. One of the things we are mindful of is the fact that while Star Group have been fantastic in terms of advocating for their group, and that's you know, all credit to them, we have had a number of other people, individuals and groups come to us and say, hey, we're also impacted and need to be a part of this, and that is a challenge for us. We have quoted in the report, if we were to repair and remediate all issues on council repaired land in terms of parks and community facilities, there's about a $60 million cost to that. The costs could be considerable if we look to extend the scheme across a wider network. I will probably leave it there because I think the document speaks for itself, unless there's anything, Mr. Chair, you'd like me to touch on that I've missed. I'll take the report as read.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Murray, you need to add? Okay, so open for questions. Give Desley.
Thanks, Chair. My first question is, do we have the 5 million? But you've just answered that, so that's yes. My second question, and this seems to be the sort of sticking point that in the short time, and thank you, Chair, for letting us have the break, is between the 5 million to be used for capital works or non-capital works. In your report, in point 55, one of your options for us to help talks about a contribution towards the funding of their repairs. So am I correct in saying in your report that you're saying that the 5 million could be used for capital works as an option?
As an option, yes, it could be.
Great, okay, thank you. And my second question, if you want to help as many people as you can, because the two recommendations are very similar. Capital works is one, you've said that it's one of your options to help. So are you saying if you want to help as many people you can, and I know that this is a non-precedent setting response, what would you suggest in your advice would be the best thing to do?
The money is limited. Obviously, we're talking. Sorry, Councillor. Thank you for that question. The money is capped, or is limited, not capped. Sorry, it's limited. We know there is a $5 million surplus, give or take, through AT. They've identified that. $5 million across capital improvements or remediation is, how far is that going to go? We have different numbers. We've Auckland Transport believe of the 37 affected properties, it's about 6.8 million. I think I've got that number right, thereabouts, to remediate. Star Group have identified sort of 15 to 20 million across the issues that they would like addressed. I guess the answer to your question, Councillor, is that if we limited it to covering the costs of design, of consents, of licensing and the likes, obviously we'd be able to spread it across a much wider group of individuals, benefit more people than if we were looking at assets, at physical improvements only.
Thank you, Christine. Chris.
Thanks, team. Thanks, Craig. Just on the paragraph 11, Craig, and you've got a lot of experience in this area from your former role. Would you expand on the second sentence? This could create significant financial risk. You've used the word significant for Auckland Council and ratepayers as it could set a precedent. So I'd like you to just dwell on significant financial risk, the precedent setting, and the many other circumstances. Would you expand on that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And it comes back, I guess, to the point I made earlier on around, where do you draw the line on where public property has been impacted through the weather events, which were unprecedented, and our infrastructure, regardless, couldn't mitigate those issues. But if we start looking at the wider range of the likes of Esplanade reserves, parks and reserves, other properties where there's where access into a property has been impacted. We don't have a number, but it would be significant in terms of cost if we applied the same rules across everyone.
So can you, I'm not sure whether you have this information, Craig, but a lot of the coastal cliffs of the North Shore you'll be familiar with, they had esplanade reserves on the coastal side. Our asset, they collapsed, exposing private assets. Did any part of the council contribute costs for the remediation or anything in that area?
In the main, no. The only area where money has been invested is where it's fallen into the buyout scheme or the categorisation scheme. So, for instance, a 2P scenario where there might have been a retaining wall or a stapling issue available to a homeowner to protect their property.
Just going back to the chair's recommendations, I think it's okay to discuss amendment plus the originals. In terms of the identification of the $5 million to support consenting and licensing, can you just give us a sense of what that benefit might be to individual property owners and how far that might spread from your understanding of the problem we've got now and the identified properties that we have now? There may be more. Can you just give us an idea of how far that might benefit? What sort of numbers are we looking at for consenting and licensing?
Yeah,
an early indication?
Councillor, I can't give you a quantified answer to that. I'm sorry. I mean, it will depend on the circumstances of individual properties, how much is involved in terms of consenting and so on. So we haven't done an in-depth, detailed look at each of these properties yet to understand what those costs might be. We've done a sort of a thumbsuck, or Auckland Transport have done a thumbsuck on what they think the physical repair work might cost, but that's all. I'm sorry.
Okay, and is there an equal risk of precedent setting there, or is it a different exposure if we went with the chair's recommendation?
The details of the scheme, we'll call it a scheme, still need to be determined, and we'd certainly be looking at it from a precedent setting situation to make sure we avoid that. There are other scenarios where we have provided money to various bodies to support a situation like this. So again, not giving you a straight answer, I'm sorry, but there'd be more work to be done.
That's good. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chris. Joe?
Oh, thank you. If we go ahead with this, and in order for the property owners to fix their private property, they need the public property to be fixed, will this cover it? And then who will carry out that public property fix?
So thank you, Councillor. I think again, because we are still working through, what would be the cost of remediation and how we allocate those funds, that has to be determined. If it was a case where we were also funding the remediation, sorry, the second part of your question was around the.
In order for the property owners to, benefit from this scheme and fix their private property, what if they need the public property to be fixed? Will this scheme then cover that private property?
That's the intent. So
okay.
It's looking at allowing them to at least access the start of their private property, where those costs would then fall on the property owner to do the remediation. So this is what we're talking about here is the public land component and the road reserve only. We're not looking to extend into funding private driveways and so on, private property.
Oh yeah, and that's very clear. They said this isn't about fixing their private property, it's about fixing the public side. So are we in essence saying that we want the public to fix council-owned assets? And what is the health and safety risk there?
So it is private benefit on public land. So the funds, the $5 million comes out of rate-funded money through the storm recovery budget. So it does fall back on the ratepayer. So your question around who would do the work, that's again a topic that we could discuss in terms of can we utilise Auckland Transport's procurement contracts and so on now, where the responsibility would still sit with the private owner in terms of their liability, but the work can be carried out in the most effective and efficient way through Auckland Transport contracts potentially.
That's good to hear. So the work will be carried out by Auckland Transport contractors.
By contracts,
Contractors.
under the contract terms that Auckland Transport may have in place, but again, to be determined. Would you like to speak to that, Mark?
Yeah, I think that's going to a level of detail that's too defined to be able to answer here. There would be a range of options. Maybe just to outline what normally happens, if any person is normally buying a property, building a new house, and then applying to put an access in, the driveway access to any new property is at the expense of the private person and is constructed by their contractor, and they apply for a license to be able to do that work within the road reserve.
Thanks, Joe. Julie.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get my head around the difference between the two amendments. I think I'm understanding a bit better now from the comments from staff, but I think this is probably a question more for the mover and seconder. In regard to crossing those words out in A, is the intention then that work, which is the case manager, contract procurement specialist, consent specialist, variety of non-CAPEX work, is the intention that be funded separately from the $5 million fund? And if so, where from?
So yeah, I can answer that. It was my understanding that the offer of those support people was contingent. It was coming. It was no cost, and the council could manage that and deliver that. My intention was the top words were just taken out because they weren't needed when we made the amendment to B. And again, the intention was just to get the capital, to get the $5 million available for the capital, because in realities, spending on the capital works for the emergency situation is the best way and the fastest way to get to recovery. That's what Auckland Transport's already pointed out. It's their way of doing it.
Okay, so can I just check with staff then? So we can fund the A stuff without, looks like you might have to have a chat about that. Okay, that's all right. Yeah, the rest of my questions are probably for staff. Thanks for prioritising that, for answering that, Ken.
Perhaps, Councillor Ferry, if I ask it, we aren't funded to provide an unlimited navigation service, and consenting fees, we're not funded for that either. And also the licence encroachment costs of processing those aren't funded either. So it would be an impact within existing budgets.
Okay, so in the original that you've got, Andy, the intention was that some, perhaps not all, of the funding to do the stuff in A came from the $5 million fund. And by crossing those lines out, we now have to find that money from somewhere else. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. The next question I have is just, and obviously we can't quantify that because we don't know. Yeah, okay. The other question I have is around if we do the $5 million for repairs, for CAPEX only, and not for the consenting and licensing and so on, how long will it take us to come up with a scheme to prioritise those? Because I imagine we probably can't fund all of the projects from that $5 million, and decisions will need to be made about whether every project that meets the criteria gets a proportion, whether some projects get fully funded. How long will that take? I'm really concerned about some of the timing with this.
Councillor, we would have to go and do that work. We can prioritise it, obviously, at the direction of the CEs. I guess we would, or this council, we would make sure that we tried to get something as concrete as possible in place, within, I think, leaving enough wriggle room to obviously create to give some flexibility to the program.
So comparing that with if that fund is instead used for resourcing, consenting, the more OPEX-y grants, how long will it take to set up a scheme that allows for that?
It'd be a lot quicker.
A lot quicker.
And a lot of that's in place already. It's just finding the resource to be able to navigate it.
Okay, so I guess that's something for consideration is we don't know how long it would take to set up a CapEx scheme, whereas we could relatively quickly set up an OPEX scheme. Is that a fair?
No, that's fair. And yeah, we've talked equity already, Councillor, and that's something that lens would have to apply, which could take some time.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Thanks.
Just if I may clarify a bit more too, Mr. Chairman, we would have to consider that across the region, so it will be potentially an expression of interest process which could extend that process quite significantly.
Just clarify that. So you're meaning that if the B money, it's just for the sake of simplicity, the B money, if that is if that is used to do the stuff in A, the OPEX stuff, then it will apply to the properties that are already identified. But if we make B a CapEx thing, we will need to open it up for others who may have similar claims. Is that?
I think it's both. So
it's both. Okay.
We would need to consider an equity sense. It's not just only the properties currently identified, but there may be other properties. So more people would benefit.
And so that's regardless of whether B is the 5 million is OPEX or CapEx. You still need to do that.
Correct. It's capped. So.
Okay. So we're still going to have to prioritise. Okay. Thank you. That's really useful for me.
Thanks, Julie. Greg. Yeah, thanks, Chair. A few questions. Just I haven't got my calculator with me, but if we took 5 million divided by the 37 properties, how much is that per property? Can somebody got?
Oh, I think
135,135 dollars.
Okay, so 135 grand. So this is my questions are going to be around, just to put this in context, is once that pool, and Ken, good on you for putting this up, by the way, and I want to try and support this, but I have just some questions around it for the officers, okay? So, and one of them is around how far 5 million is going to go. So first question, I've got about 4, maybe 5 questions. So at the moment, we've got a pool of 5 million. In the paper, it says at least 6.3 is going to be spent on to cover the 37 properties. More likely to be 40 to 50 properties. I think I heard you say that somebody might have been 5-star, could have estimated a cost up to 20 million, right? So once that 5 million's gone, and the true cost at the end of the day, when we press the green light and this comes up to 20 mil, where's the difference come from?
Yeah, through the chair, it would have to come from the private landowners, and this is part of the challenge we have. We know that it's not going to go far enough. The point I would make that Star have been very clear on is that the 37 properties, and just correct me if I'm wrong, apply to access only properties. That's the whole lot. Sorry, that is all of them. Okay. So, yeah, because that has been I guess a area of contention is we're recommending access only. Star are recommending all impacted land.
Well, I'll try and put this in a question. Because once you deal with those priority ones, which will be the access ones, you've got to wonder how much of the 5 mil's left, right? So, and some people are going to miss out. Some people in this room are going to miss out. So, if the 5 mil just goes straight into CapEx, right, it's only spent on capital improvements, what other incidental costs are they going to be, whether, around, I don't know how it works proportionally. So say you spend 5 mil on the capital works, how much other costs are there in terms of the consenting, licensing, design fees, etc., etc.? Can you give me a feel for that? I mean, it's going to be a guess, but from experience.
I would hate to put a number against that, Councillor, I'm afraid. I mean, it will depend on the case by case. I mean, some cases you might be looking at $20,000 for a consent. Others it might be a lot less, but I really can't. I can't give you a number. Sorry.
I guess, okay, but it's on top. I guess that's my concern. And can I just delve into the area of design? So, if we wanted to really spread this money, so each of those 37, maybe up to 50 landowners, get some sort of support from Auckland Council rather than a handful of people getting the whole 5 mil spent on their remediation work on the public land. Part of that would be, before you go into capital works, normally, and I was listening to Councillor Turner's comments, you'd get pre-design. Right? So what's the opportunity for me as a landowner that, and I'm putting myself in somebody's shoes here, that before I have to go and spend that extra money, because the money will be gone, I've got to find the extra, before I go to the bank or whatever I have to do to get that, the opportunity to have a rate funded, pre-design given to me, warts and all, so I know roughly what the cost is going to be that I have to bear. So I guess what I'm saying in terms of your other amendment there, if it covered pre-design work as well, consent licensing pre-design, it might put a number of people in a position where they can make a more informed decision about how much they could be up for once that 5 mil's burnt away. So are you able to help me out there with any comment?
At the end of the day, we'll take direction from council. I mean, if I use the example of the 2P scheme, we provide a fund, a grant of $5,000 for people to go away and do their predetermined work, but that comes out of the quantum of what we invest back into the property, 25%. So it's still a cost to the homeowner by way of another means, if that makes sense. So yeah, I mean that we're getting into detail again here in terms of the scheme, but that's something that could perhaps be considered.
I think those covers my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. And I think the intent is that we put as much support alongside that we can and could include that. So that would be the intent. Morris.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm struggling to know exactly what's going on. My preference would be that we get a little bit better information and take it to a governing body. But if we're going to be doing it today, let me ask a question because it's been bugging me. The Deputy Mayor raised a solution which I thought had real sense to it last time we discussed it. Why don't we just say to those that it is meaningful, it won't be in every case, that little strip of land or that little embankment or whatever was owned by us or by AT and so on is really never going to be used for anything at all. It's actually just superfluous. We'll let you buy it for $1. Becomes added to your property title and it's yours and you go away and sort it out. Have we explored that at all? Because I think in many cases that I've seen, there's just an embankment that's never going to be used in a million years. It's just going to sit there on our books and we could just say to the property owner, you want to fix everything and that's the thing that's stopping you. Here, $1, it's yours.
Yeah, through the chair, that has been considered, councillor. The biggest concern we have is we lose control of the ability to do any future work in that space. You know, should we want to realign or make improvements?
Yeah, but the trouble is, it's a little bit like people who hoard stuff. Oh, I'll keep it just in case I need it. And 70 years later, when they're at their funeral, the cupboards are full of stuff they've never used all that time. It would be much better if you had to have a bit of rigour about why you may use it and when you would use it, rather than, well, we just might. Because it just seems to me, I've only seen all those pictures last time around. What the hell would you ever do with that strip? What would you ever do with that bit of embankment? What would we ever do with any of it? And yet that's the thing that's causing the problem for the private landowner. And it just seems to me, why don't we just get in, and it won't be in every case, I guarantee there'll be something, no, that can't be done in that one. But we'd get a lot of these off the books really fast and we'd be getting, up to $20 in eventually. It'd be cool, eh?
Councillor, look, again, we'd probably need to come back to you with more detail, but one of the other considerations is the cost of stopping that road, if that's what we have to do. So we tell it to a private landowner, we have to stop it.
Well, I was hoping we would get something about that today because that was raised by the Deputy Mayor and it's sort of a whole lot of unknowns yet. Again, I think it said this at the governing body, but any Prime Minister that had a paper come before a cabinet this blurry and still a number of options not really fully explored, I'd say take it away and bring it back when it's a bit tidier. But I will be supporting Ken Turner's amendment if that's the only option we've been given.
Through the chair, maybe I can just highlight in the paper, there is an option D which talks about exactly what you said of...
It's not fleshed out.
Yeah. So there are a number of drawbacks to that option, but it's definitely an option on the table, and we can provide more detail, but there is a summary there around the cost of road stopping, the time involved, and the fact that the process of road stopping has inherent cost because it's a legal process and has to go through the normal channels, and any money invested in that process would therefore not be available to actually solving the problem.
Anything else, Morris? No. So just to follow up from me on regards to, just to clarify that, so would that potentially be part of that case management, because it is done on a case-by-case basis, that consideration could be part of the case management?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an option there. Generally, we perceive that it wouldn't be the best option because it doesn't actually solve the problem of the slip and the access. All it does is transfer the responsibility more clearly. And when someone gets an encroachment license, they can have that same level of legal responsibility defined as well. So there are other mechanisms.
But can we get some answer on that a little bit? I mean, we're obviously not going to get it today, but that just seemed like quite a tidy solution for some of these cases.
Yeah, I don't think there's any argument with that. Ace, do you have anything else? No. Okay. Thank you, Morris. Mike.
Thank you. I have a question, but before I ask the question, the original recommendations really are quite revealing and worrying, and strike me as almost as if this council lives in a kind of parallel universe. And I guess, especially when it comes to costs, actually. But anyway, my question is in regard to the cost. A very similar situation arose immediately after the floods out west in Karikari Road and Lone Kauri Road, which were blocked off by 15 major slips. These were raw, big, tree trunk, rock type slips. And at the time, AT was unable to give these areas priority, so the people were virtually locked in. Fortunately, among them were contractors and people with the right gear. So they dug themselves out. And in the end, AT did the right thing and paid them a fair price, which they agreed to for their work. And that was $200,000 to move 15 major slips. Now, that works out as about $13,500 per slip. Here, we're talking about $173,000 average per works, and these slips are not going to be as challenging as the ones that completely blocked off the road. So I just wonder, when it comes to appointing a case officer and a case manager and a procurement specialist, let's hope that the specialist wasn't involved with figuring out this number. Are you confident that in this case, as an example, that we are getting value for money here?
No, thanks for the question. In response to that, there is an option E that is presented, which is that the landowners themselves would do the work, which is the normal way that that access ways are installed. So there's nothing to preclude any landowner doing the work themselves through the normal process. And if they feel they can do that cost effectively, that's to be welcomed. In the case of the Karikari Road, that works was relating to the main road carriageway, not private access ways. And we were very appreciative of the work that the community did as they banded together. And then there was a second stage to that work where the main contractor came through and did some significant additional works to strengthen up the road and also build the retaining walls that were outside of the scope and scale of what the local community could do. But in this case, yeah, there's nothing to preclude a landowner doing the works themselves, and in fact that would be encouraged.
Anything else, Mike? Okay.
We should get those Westie people to do the job rather than the usual suspects that we pay so much for.
Thank you, Mike. Desley.
Yes, sorry to come back. I just want to be really clear that if I was to support Ken's amendment, that we're only limiting this to 5 million, which we've identified that we have, and there are no further costs to council. Is that correct? Not the precedent, because the precedent says non-precedent setting in the report, but just want to make sure.
Sorry, councillor, could you repeat that?
Well, okay, I'll ask that as a second question then, but I just want to make sure that if you support Ken's amendment, that it is a $5 million ring-fenced fund, and that's it. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, that was a yes, if those people who are online couldn't see the nodding of the head. And the second question, I think it is important because Councillor Williamson and I, who just called it out, but the report on page 55 says it non-precedent setting response to the storms. Can you confirm, because I don't see non-precedent setting in Ken's recommendations, and maybe it should be, but can you confirm your point 55 that this is a one-off non-precedent setting response to the storms, as you have mentioned in point 55 in the report?
So, councillor, I'm assuming we are looking at the entire amendment as well as including the adjustment from Councillor Turner. So the point E talks about it being a limited to a one-off response provided on a no-fault, no liability basis, directly attributable to the North Island weather events. Yeah, we are ensuring that there will be no intended precedent.
Thank you.
Christine?
I'm just wondering whether the mover of the amendment and the seconder would, for belts and braces purposes, have the inclusion of the non-precedent words being incorporated in a way that is unambiguous. Yes, it is, but I would just like everyone to be well aware that it is not your intention, through you, Chair, it is not your intention that this be precedent setting. So can you answer that for me now?
I would accept that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Nothing on from online? Oh, Richard?
Well, it's just what I guess, and it is about, and I don't know if the 37 includes all properties, because there are many properties I know that have been looked at on the shore, for instance, that have been pushed back on, that are definitely road reserve. There's heaps in parks, reserves, healthy waters and water care land as well, but there are, so you're saying that this would open up the process to across the city to apply for this? Because how do we know that the 37 is the 37?
Through the chair, it's a very good question, councillor. The 37 have been identified by the Star Group. As say, we have had other properties or people come to us, homeowners come to us asking to be included in such a scheme. It is a challenge.
And would this include paper roads, because that's been a big issue as well?
Normally where there's a paper road and someone constructs a private access across the paper road, then that's the private responsibility to build it and maintain it.
Well, that comes back to my question around access. This isn't just about access. This is about other contributing factors that may not include access.
Through the chair, just identifying that the recommendations as they're set does include in D point 4, which talks about the damage and or risk is materially impacting access to the adjoining residential dwelling compared to access prior to the storm events. That probably is contrary to Councillor Turner's amendment, potentially, perhaps needs to be discussed.
And the other question would be, how will this be prioritised? So will it be kind of like the categorisation program, which is a little bit, it hasn't been first come, first serve, but it obviously has been first, the people that get in early have been processed earlier, and then people have come later. And of course, a couple thousand are missing out. How would this process go? Would it be prioritised on access or size?
Our recommendation as officers is it's access, but again, it's a council decision. The detail we would need to resolve in terms of how we allocate who's prioritised and so on, and to what level.
Thank you. And the focus on capital, does that mean that people that don't have the support to do the operational things in the chair's rec, which is around geotech, design, consenting, things like that, if those people don't have the access to the funds for that part, I'm assuming they'll miss out on the capital part.
So as the recommendation is written, we would have to provide that support, but it is unbudgeted. It's OPEX rather than CAPEX, so we'd have to find that money from somewhere.
Right, so coming back to Councillor Williamson's point, is I'm concerned this goes well above what Transport Committee could be doing, because much like the other committees, we are approving unbudgeted spend, and it should be through governing body or budget committee. Is that accurate? Like if we go with the Councillor Turner's amendment, that would be contrary to what we're allowed to do through this committee. If there's suddenly unbudgeted spend that we're not providing for.
Through the chair, my understanding is that is correct. There'd need to be a recommendation to the governing body to approve unbudgeted spend.
So I guess that's a question. I don't know who that's a question for. And I guess this is the difficult thing to the mover and seconder of the amendment. We were not warned of this amendment until it came up on the screen, and I just haven't, we're going to give people false hope here if we support this amendment, because then it has got to go to a future governing body to get the funding to do the stuff to get to the capital, and that will be led by the mayor, who's not here right now. This is not So could I ask Councillor Turner, what is the process from here to get, because
you've lost me. We are sunk in.
Yep, so hang on, we'll bring you back. So Barry will try and explain.
And we might have the finance team come up and speak to it as well, but the 5 million is reallocation of our flood-related budget. Outside of that 5 million is unbudgeted.
So I'm not trying to be tricky here. I'm just saying that we may end up in a situation where we have funded something that actually can't be done because we don't have the funding to, So I'm sorry, Councillor Turner, if I've lost you, but that's the facts on the table.
Yeah, just to confirm that, if there's a request for unbudgeted expenditure, that has to be approved by the governing body or go through the annual plan process via the budget committee. When I look at sort of resolution A here, and it's kind of very similar to what was in the sort of original recommendations, a lot of that is kind of using the existing storm recovery navigation service, the existing recovery office people to provide support, and we have people doing that. So to the extent that we can do some of that work with existing resources, the existing team helping out and those kind of things, maybe it's a bit of prioritising what's within that. If we can do that with an existing budget, and then we can always come back if we're short and there's a small OPEX funding gap that could come through governing body. So if you were to make a decision today, I guess the team would see what they can do with the existing resources, the existing team that they have to support this work. And if some of those OPEX costs, particularly as you get into consenting and pre-design work, where it gets to the more expensive stuff, that could come back to governing body if more OPEX is required at that point. But you could approve the other bits.
But with all due respect, and maybe this is to Councillor Turner, that is the opposite way. we can't do the other 5 million without knowing. This is really tricky way of giving people false hope here. This is like saying we'd fund just random capex without knowing or funding any of the pre-work.
What's proposed here is that the 5 million is available. It's been it's within the flood related budget at Auckland Transport, and it is using if there's an underspend in their confirmed budget, so that 5 million is available for works flood related. But if we're starting to look at things which are OPEX that can't be funded within available resources that council or AT have, then that is an issue and that needs to go to the governing body. Is that correct? Can I just ask Ross to confirm that, please?
So yeah, it feels like I've had 3 different answers to that. Sorry.
Yeah, so what we've got here is an existing capex budget that's within the delegation of this committee to reallocate that and apply it to a different purpose. There might be stuff that can be done within existing operating budgets, and there's probably a fair bit that can be done there. If additional OPEX budget is required, I guess the other way to look at it, and I guess before that bit was deleted, in that first A, if it was kind of funding some of that stuff out of that 5 million, that would be using some CapEx money to fund some operating costs. Normally we wouldn't support that and would have financial implications because that means rates versus debt funding. Given we've already set rates for this year, if that 5 million was unspent, it wouldn't change this year's rates. It's already been set. It would mean a debt saving. So in terms of in-year spend, it's probably the financial implications of spending a little bit of that unspent CapEx with one-off operating spend is probably a very minor financial implication. So yeah, it could probably, I would say that would be a reasonable, it wouldn't have a significant material financial impact. And if the committee wanted to decide that, I think that would be a reasonable approach.
Okay, but I'm still concerned that the people who don't have access to funds for the first part will miss out, and we'll only be able to fund the capital for those who've been able to fund their consents or geotech or design. Isn't that what Auckland Transport just said?
What I can say is, in a normal process, if someone wants to put in a access for their property, there's a certain number of fees they have to pay for encroachment licenses, for license to occupy, for consents and so on. So Auckland Transport would still need to cover those costs. And the original proposal was that would be charged against the 5 million available.
And I think if I could just comment, I mean, it is complicated, but we've had reporting from the staff to say that it's not a biggie. And it is, how long do we want to make these people wait for an answer one way or the other? Because that is what they are waiting for. And if the staff are telling us that we can move ahead with this, then I think for their sake, we do that if we can. If more money is needed, or whatever way this goes, if there is more money needed, then it has to come back to the governing body. But for their sake, I think we need to, one way or the other, make a decision today, and that we owe it to them to do that. So, any more questions, Richard?
No, and that's what I was exactly saying, Chair, but I just wasn't sure which option was the best for people to get it done fast, if we have to come back.
Okay. Honey.
Kia ora. Housing is quite a basic need, and we've got properties that were across the Rohe of Tāmaki that was impacted heavily. And I'm just wondering, do Hone and what type of engagement has mana whenua been directly in the Pacific area we're talking about? Because over the past, I'm not quite sure how long this has been quartered or going in this time, I've heard about land possibly giving it for peppercorn delivery with $1. And you know, for us, the issue strong for me is te tiriti and what engagement, if land is going to be sold, how it is, or given, that there must have been at least some engagement directly with mana whenua to those property owners. Two, I don't know the nuts and bolts around the policy directly within either council or Auckland Transport, but it's a basic need that we're talking about, which is housing. And the impact that has faced us is really devastating across the motu. So I'm hearing, and I need to take the confidence that it's not going to set precedents or non-presidential spacing. I don't want to get down into the actual 37 if they're Māori, just like Thayers was identifying how much of that 5 mil will get allocated to each one. I'm definitely here to ensure Māori outcome is upheld and te tiriti is delivered in partnership engagement and what that may look like. So basic question, has mana whenua been engaged directly with those property owners, let alone with yourselves?
Yeah, kia ora, Member Renata. In a general sense, across the recovery program, yes, Te Kaurau Maki and this Rohe part of the Waitaki Ranges area has been engaged on the program generally. In terms of the specifics around driveways and access, not specifically, but in terms of the road corridor.
Okay. Just a follow-up. So, in saying that, then if any indication of selling of the land that possible councillors are talking here, was it just a flippant space or was it a consideration to begin?
My understanding of the proposal was, yeah, selling land within the road reserve, so only those limited situations related to access to a property, but acknowledge your point in terms of that would be a disposal of public land.
Sorry, just one more. So it's not going to be setting a precedent where a position has been forced into, yeah.
I don't think that's a part of the resolution that's before you, right? Before you now, Member Renata.
Okay, so we need to take a lunch break. I'm going to do one more question from Christine, and then we'll come back for Julie and Josephine after we've had our lunch break. So, Christine.
Thank you, Chair. And the context in which I asked my question is one where I really do want to commend Councillor Turner for trying to find a bespoke solution to the residents that have been through so much anxiety and trauma. But in terms of good process, my question is to the CEO. Do you feel we have had sufficient information to be able to make a decision on this amendment? And appreciating that people want an answer either way today, in an accountability sense, I want to know whether you feel all of the information is on the table, because I would like to be able to support this. But now there are questions around delegations, there are questions around perhaps precedent. Is this something that should be deferred today if there is insufficient information, or as our CEO and the only employee we have as councillors, do you feel comfortable with all the information we've received in order that we can progress this?
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little unhappy. There is some untidiness here, and we would normally want to have in front of you a solution to the problem that considered everything fully and had all of the information, the ramifications, the costs and what have you, and we're clearly not in that situation. There's a but here though. I think we've all got to be mindful of the desperate need that some people have to get some solution in place here without too much undue delay. So it really, my guidance to you is that it really depends on what you agree today. If you agree that you are providing for $5 million to assist in this situation, but you are leaving it to us with certain guardrails to design this in a way that's sustainable in terms of precedent setting and the limitation of additional and further costs, then that's exactly what the staff and I will do. We will make sure that the scheme is designed to achieve that outcome. And in that context, I'm happy to proceed. If you want to get much more detailed and leave open-endedness in the resolutions here, then we've got a slightly different problem. But my encouragement to you is probably in that direction of letting us do the final detailed design around this if you're prepared to commit the $5 million that's available through the unspent transferred aspect of the storm recovery fund.
Thank you for your candid response. And I'm just wondering whether, if in order this can be effected, whether there are further delegations required in order that that could be achieved. But I really appreciate your response on that.
And I think other than councillors' hunger, perhaps the lunch break gives us an opportunity just to talk with the mover and make sure that we're nice and tidy here in that regard.
Okay, so on that note, I hate dropping things in the middle of an item, but we are going to do that, and so we will break now until half an hour. Half an hour will give us plenty of time, so we'll come back here at 1:45. Thank you. we're just firing out an email to you with some changes to recommendations. So So we're just waiting here just to get things right on the that we can put up on the screen for you. So that's why it all seems like we're doing nothing. So if you're looking on screen, obviously a lot of striking out and stuff. So the new A with the highlighted bit. So we'll restart the meeting, reconvene the meeting, and thank everyone for their patience. During the break, there's been a fair bit of conversation. The net result is that the mover and seconder of the amendment have withdrawn that amendment, and we have come up with some amended chair's recommendations, which, as you can see, establish a one-off scheme of up to $5 million, and the CEO will be tasked with setting out how that money is to be utilised. And so what I propose is that Ken Turner will move those amended chairs recs, and I will second them. And sorry, there was a bit of a line-up, Greg. And so I know we had Julie and Josephine for questions lined up. No, so we pull those. And are there any questions of staff? I'll give you a couple of seconds to read those. Are there any questions of staff of those changes? Excellent.
Sorry, just on the new A, I think we've missed out a word there. We've crossed out, so impacted by damage to private access on road reserve or in road reserve. There needs to be a word between access and road reserve, I think.
And that was the intention.
Yeah, it's just a typo.
Well picked up. Chris?
So just for clarification, there was some contradictory explanation from paragraph 55 going through the table below about precedent setting and non-precedent setting. So I'm assuming, Chair, we don't need to spell it out in every possible word, but I'm assuming within this direction it is non-precedent setting.
Yeah, the resolution refers to one-off, and it's well understood that the arrangements are non-precedent setting and will be designed at the detailed level in that manner.
Yeah, totally get that. So we can say one off, but somebody years down the track says, but what about then? And it was a one off then, and I'd like another one off, please. So I won't take up more time, but I think my main emphasis as we detail this up is that it is very specific about it being non-precedent setting.
Can I just clarify with it? It is covered in D, is it not?
Yeah, directly to the
Okay, and my apologies because I'm struggling to see it.
Just make a quick comment on what Councillor Darby's raised. I have experienced in the past as a minister putting papers through where we made it clear it was a non-precedented setting, and it was explicit as you could get. And it got challenged in the court, and the court threw it out and said you can't just pick them and leave them out when they weren't in, and it now covers more people than you had originally. So you can put it in as much as you like, but if anyone challenges it, I've got a feeling the courts will take a dim view of what precedent really means.
Okay. Okay, then no further questions. Staff, you can, oh, sorry, honey.
It's a little bit to do with the non-president or presidential setting, and we're making a one-off scheme for a certain selected group. Is that the clarity we're saying here? And that one selected group are for the 37 properties that have been impacted?
With the group being defined by certain circumstances, yes. Mason, Craig?
I'm just wanting that clarity. And why I'm saying that, it's because for Māori outcome, whereas there is a selected group, you know, and there's quite a lot of challenges taking it through. Just the clarity.
Mr. Chairman, it will go broader than the group, so that's one of the challenges on an equity point of view. But this group is quite specifically.
I think when we're using the word group, we're not specifically and only referring to the Star situation.
Correct.
Just through you, Mr. Chair. So that is the clarity that the group is it's open.
Correct.
Okay. There are no further questions. We'll ask you to step back. Thank you, team. Tricky situation, but a worthwhile conversation, and thank you for your advice. Okay, so now we open it up for debate. I think, Daniel, you have a comment?
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair, for your indulgence. Look, I mean, I strongly support these recommendations. I would have actually been okay with the amendment. I mean, the road reserve has a lot of public benefit, and there's a lot of public infrastructure in the road reserve. There are pipes, there are footpaths, there can be scruffy domes, street lights, curb, all manner of things. The topography of the area that is affected, the road reserve is constrained by these winding roads in Titirangi, but there are road reserves everywhere. The reason why this area was affected obviously is the weather, but the topography of the road reserve in this location. And council does work, and Auckland Transport does work to do betterment in the road reserves from time to time. It happened in my Paurikau Road was a case in point. The ratepayer funded betterment in the road reserve because there was public benefit and amenity to that. We are talking about people being able to access their property. They access their property from the road reserve. I think that Ken Turner has done a very good job in advocating for his constituents over a long period of time. And goodness me, these residents have been waiting 2 years. If people have concerns about whether this is the appropriate recommendation, well, you know, perfection can be the enemy of the good here, but these people have waited 2 years and they are seeking assistance to get access to their properties. And I think that's an appropriate thing for us to move on, and I wouldn't want to delay this. The final thing that I will say, Chair, is that I accept that at looking at this money, and a lot of it will be spent on the capital costs, Auckland Transport will have some capacity for the design, the consenting for works. My only hope will be that the works that are to be designed, that we try and reduce as much as possible the traffic management planning costs that are associated with some of this, because that's the thing that I think makes people feel very, very constrained. Is that we have a budget for a project. It could be a basket of capital projects, but so much is gobbled up through traffic management. So I would ask that the officers work with Auckland Transport to try and minimise that, so that we can maximise the investment to remediating this particular part of the Auckland region, and thank Councillor Turner for his advocacy.
Thank you, Daniel. Get well soon. Desley.
Thanks, Chair. I think we've come to a really good place, Chair. I know this has been fraught with a lot of discussion, a lot of debate, and I think that we just need to recognise and thank a few people. First of all, Auckland Transport. You know, they have been at the table locally. The particular Auckland Transport rep that has been involved in this is a local resident in the area and has done everything in his power to find a solution that doesn't put a financial burden on council, i.e. working within the budget. And I think Auckland Transport need to be acknowledged for that. I think the Recovery Office need to be acknowledged as well. They were tasked with a job of coming back with a number of solutions, and they did that, and that they have worked within the confines of what they have, both financially and the responsibility they have with the Crown, etc., to come up with a solution that I think is working well. My next thanks, of course, is to the local councillor and to you, Chair, for coming up and not making this an adversarial thing. It was something that you have, I know that you came to the table collectively at slightly different places and that you have worked towards a solution. But finally, I want to thank the Star Group. Not once, and I have met with you probably 6 times, not once have you been adversarial, angry, or of a manner that is aggressive towards council. You have come to the table willing to discuss, debate, and move. I know what you really wanted, and you haven't got what you really wanted. But you have made concessions as well. And I think as a group, you can be very, very, very proud of the way you have handled yourself, both collectively and in this chamber. So thank you. I will be supporting these recommendations, and I think collectively, I ask my colleagues to support them as well. It is a solution that is fair, non-precedent setting, budget is capped, and I think it provides surety to the people who've waited 2 years and still got nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Desley. Richard.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to you and Councillor Turner for coming to a compromise position. And I know that sometimes people do get annoyed with my long, winding questions, but I have been on the political group with Deputy Mayor and Councillor Watson for the category buyouts, and we did have to make some very fast, very significant calls there, and we then had to go back to government begging to change rules for 2C and 3 and things like that, and we've left people off because of quick decision making. So I think this is a better position. It gives people far quicker access to this process, and I think it will open the door. And as Member Renata talked about, the group, I think it's very clear, it's exactly the same as the category buyout process. It's attributed only to those affected by the 2023 North Island weather events and those affected with the road reserve. So it's very specific. It's clear in these cases, and I've spoken to some of the Star Group in the break, that I think we should still be looking for other options, not just in this 5 million, but if there are clear cases of pipes and other things involved with this process, that should be worked in within existing budgets and had another look at. I've worked with residents and sometimes got in my way and sometimes not on the shore, where actually it's a double or triple asset provider that needs to work together to help get through. And if it means doing some emergency works and getting a certificate of compliance afterwards, then that should be the way we do it to get things done faster. I know that the government and others will be maybe a little more flexible with the RMA under these situations, but I think this is a good position to come to, and we just need to help more people. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard. Josephine?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to support this because it's a solution, but it's not the solution that the residents at the back asked for. And my concern with this is that it almost puts the onus back on the private owners, property owners, as opposed to us as council because it's our land. And it just seems unfair. Like, I'm so glad I don't own a house next to a road reserve because I don't want to be in the position that they're in. But it is a way forward and it is a solution. So I acknowledge Auckland Transport, Auckland Council staff, the Recovery Office, Councillor Turner, Councillor Leone for putting this up as a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? I'm giving Ken the final, the rights to speak last, and so I'm just. Anyone else have a comment to add? Nothing online. So Ken, all yours.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to everybody, staff and members. I want to say to Councillor Hill, I know I wear my emotions on my sleeve, and when I bark back at you, it's never intended at anyone personally. Yeah, it's got us. It's got a stake in the ground. I think there's, as usual, it's going to be about delivery, and I think there are areas in here that could do with definition, but not in this place. I know that we'll work through that as the staff work with individual issues. So really, I think we're all on the same page, and I'm looking forward to it passing. Thank you.
Okay, no further comments. I'm going to put this. All those in favour say aye.
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 Carried. Thank you. Thank you to staff, and thank you to the members of STAR. I see you out there. It's a little bit emotional. We are embarking on our annual plan process, so keep up the fight and good luck with what you've got ahead. And thank you for, as Desi said, for the way in which you've engaged. So thank you very much. Okay, get myself back in order. Next item is Megan coming up with an update on water reforms. So welcome, Megan.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair, committee. You'll be glad to know I don't have a presentation, just a quick verbal intro and then happy to take questions. So the purpose of this report is really just asking for a delegated group to provide some important and quite quick feedback, ultimately to Cabinet over the next month on the Charter or the Interim Economic Regulation for Water Care as part of the Auckland Solution to Local Water Done Well. Since May, which is when the Mayor and the Minister made the announcement, staff have been working with the Department of Internal Affairs and the Commerce Commission, who has been announced as the interim regulator and the Crown Monitor for water care, basically on two areas. One, on some standards of interim economic regulation, financial standards, reporting standards, some organisational standards, and also the second element is the price path for the various tariffs for developers, residents, businesses, users for water. So the LTP, the Auckland Council LTP is the base, but obviously we know that in time in the full economic regulation, the Commerce Commission will have a very strong role in setting prices, and you'll also know, and in response and implementation of the governing body resolutions, that they will try and get the
lowest cost to consumers. And so that's really the purpose of setting out this charter, certainly for about 2 or 3 years, the first 2 or 3 years of the new reform, which will start in 1 July 2025. So all of this direction kind of implements the governing body resolutions around this. And so you'll see in the recommendations, I've asked for a small group being the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Baker as Chair of this committee, Councillor Turner as the Water Care Liaison Councillor, and a member of Hokura, Independent Māori Statutory Board, to work with me and a couple of others just to review those settings for a cabinet decision ultimately before Christmas. What this will do was enable Watercare to kind of complete its business plan and ultimately get a credit rating in the kind of February, March, April time. So it's quite condensed timeframes, but it's all looking positive and, as I said, implementing the resolutions here of the governing body and the legislation that the Minister has passed. I might leave it at that, Mr. Chair. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Megan. Questions? Brilliant. No, too late. Desley's already indicated, but Chris, John, you got a question? No question. No. Oh, okay. Comment? Yeah, I just
Just move a very slight amendment to A to include Councillor Fletcher in that group too as the Deputy Chair of this committee, which is usually the custom and practice, and I'm assuming Councillor Fletcher would be interested in that. Yeah, so I'll just move that that addition to A.
Perfectly reasonable. Any other questions, comments? Okay, Desley, you happy to move? And Chris, happy to second? Thank you. All any other comments? None. Those in favour say aye, and against carried. All right, next up is the AT quarterly report, and I think Dave, oh, here he comes, is going to be presenting this. Welcome.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Yes, hello. I'm Dave Jaggs. I'm with the Strategic Programs Office. We're here supporting the CCO partnership team at the moment while they're quite busy. So here to present the quarter one report for AT. I believe Dean's in the building as well. Who'll take questions after this. So this covers the period from 1st July to 30th September, covering the highlights and key concerns from the report. And this is the first report reflecting the updated measures and deliverables from the current SOI. So overall, AT are currently meeting or exceeding 15 of their 23 performance measures. 3 are yet to be reported, and 4 currently not meeting expectations. The first one, AT listens and responds, remains a priority for AT, and it's still not quite met. It's at 31%, just below the target 33%. However, this has seen a 9% increase from the last quarter. The other measures not currently met are public boardings, although noting that this is 9% above the previous year. The farebox recovery ratio, which the report highlights, is impacted by poor weather and rail issues. The percentage of budget invested, and that's largely been impacted by the uncertainty around the NLTP. And percentage of procurement with Māori-owned businesses, which is currently at 2.91%, slightly below the target of 3%. And AT are anticipating increased spend through large projects coming up. Measures we don't currently have the figures for are local board satisfaction. That's now moved to half-yearly reporting, so that will be in the subsequent report. Emissions reduction, as we're waiting data from later this month. And percentage of capital program delivery on time, as they're still working on an appropriate measure for this one. In terms of their deliverables, they've seen 34 out of 38 currently on track. The 4 currently at risk of delivering less than expected outcomes are largely due to the impacts of the NLTP funding. In terms of finance, AT's year-to-date surplus from operations excluding depreciation of 22 million, is 20 million favourable to budget, and that favourable variance is largely driven by low operational costs in the quarter. Just pulling out some highlights from the report. The first is that there was no serious injuries or deaths on Auckland roads in July. First time this has happened, yes, since April 2020. So definitely something to be celebrated. It also saw the introduction of the $50 weekly fare cap, and we've already seen 20,000 Aucklanders, probably more now, benefiting from this initiative. We've also seen the accelerated ferry program nearing completion, and Gulf Harbour has since resumed full schedule. And the main highway dynamic timing project pilot in Ellerslie is now live. In terms of risks, the NLTP, as you'll be aware, has now been approved and confirms the lower levels of funding. And governing body has since obviously agreed to the full local share of 2.2 billion for transport as confirmed in the LTP. As AT will be modifying the RSOI to reflect the changes, and we'll be reporting on this in the next report. Safety has obviously been another focus and area of concern for AT during this quarter, highlighted by some serious incidents recently. In response to that, AT is currently assessing quotes for driver screens for the buses, aiming to begin installation in early 2025, so targeting January, February. And AT is also continuing to work with key partners, including council and police, to deliver crime prevention initiatives to continue to improve passenger safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. So Dean and the team are here to answer any questions. If we can limit our questions to what is in the report. So are there any questions on this quarterly report?
I'm happy to move it.
Got a question, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, we'll just go Chris Darby first and then come back to you, Wayne.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dean and team. Just, I guess, Dean, it follows up on something I did start to raise at the board, but paragraph 30, the percentage of the capital delivery completed on time, that's about the budget. And I guess what I'm interested in trying to understand is there opportunity within reporting on the capital delivery program to outline the delivery of the benefits that were foreseen when planning those projects, or in this case projects, those capital projects, because you're developing that methodology. And I think from my point of view, I just look at these numbers being met, but I don't get a sense that the benefits, the expected benefits from the projects are being delivered.
Look, to confirm, typically what happens around council tables is percentage invested against budget as a proxy for delivery of the project and therefore the benefits. We know that's not the case. So we'll continue to report on progress against budget, cost versus budget. That'll always happen. We are developing a methodology to help us understand to what degree have we not only been investing in that capital program or project, but how far through we are and are we on time and scope with it. So you will start to get that reporting. That's what we're working on right now. And then the other side of a project being completed is whether the benefits from that investment are being realised or not. So the team is putting good work on that. I am involved at the right level on the thinking. And we're also looking with the methodology around how we will measure this to achieve a couple of things. One is to ensure that whatever we come up with can be used across the council family and is not inconsistent with the likes of NZTA and others. And we're also using Transport for New South Wales as a challenge of our methodology to ensure that it fits with some of that best practice we see in other jurisdictions. Our commitment to come back on that model wasn't until the end of this calendar year. So I believe we're largely on track for that, but you'll see us report, if not at the next quarterly business report, early in the new year with where we're at. Our intention is to report, and that's a firm commitment.
Thank you. Wayne.
Yes, sure. I may have missed it, Mr. Chair, but have we had that complete report and update on on the ferries, including in particular ferry procurement?
Not to this committee. I'm going to turn around and look at Stacey. Councillor, am I not? Okay, last month. Did we bring it to this committee last month? And to think I was here. Sorry, Councillor? Oh yeah, now that's terrible. Hey, so Councillor, we bought it last month. We'll get you the copy of the presentation.
Okay, I missed it. I'll probably get back to you on that because no doubt I've got a few outstanding questions. But I'm very pleased that we've had some reporting. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wayne. Mike.
Mike. Sorry. In regard to safety, I see there no deaths or serious injuries on Auckland roads in July 2024, the first month without a death since April 2020. Without getting into too much detail, there have been deaths on Auckland Road, one in particular, and there has been violence on Auckland roads, quite often in buses. And I see that at last AT has been, since 2022, trialling screens for bus driver safety, but I understand now that you actually at last moving on that. So when are the bus fleets likely to be fully protected?
So there's two different measures. One is for, and I know that they might all happen in the road space, so I take that subtlety well, but there is death and serious injury as a result of vehicle movements, and then there is the violence, threats and aggression that we saw that does result in death, for example, a fatal stabbing. So we capture both. They're different sorts of measures. And so, yes, the July result was pleasing, and you can see the benefit of a range of interventions that are bringing down that death and serious injury toll on our roads. In terms of violence, threats and aggression, we've got a range of initiatives in place. One of them is safety screening for drivers. I am pleased that it's now funded and being implemented. We've got a rollout program over the next 2 years. So you'll see those progressively go in. But that's not the only thing we're doing, because that protects the driver in the event of a situation. You'll all be aware that we have customer-on-customer challenges as well. So we have got a range of things that we're working through, including with the police, to look at how we might address the more generic societal issue of violence, threat and aggression. We are not leaving this untouched. We're going hard at it to see, so that I and we can be satisfied we're doing everything we can to support a safe environment across public transport. And we have got good support, whether it's from the police, churches, community groups, youth workers, and the like. So we are doubling down on this. Sadly, we're not the only organisation in New Zealand or across the globe where this situation is continuing to increase. But we are very committed.
Just to follow up, in terms of the safety and perception of safety on buses in particular, has AT considered putting notices on buses that if you see antisocial behaviour or violence or abuse, because not all these cases are reported. Some people call me about it, but obviously they're not officially reported. I pass it on, of course, but that may be only a fraction. Is there some thought to putting information on buses that if there is antisocial behaviour or worse, call this number or text this number? Because that may give some assurance to the passengers. If belatedly and at last the drivers are going to get protection, there's still the passengers, and I think that's much more difficult.
Do you want to add anything to that answer, Stacey? In terms of signage on buses around notifying passengers who to call? I'll invite Stacey for the particular on that. Mike, sorry, I don't.
And in terms of how customers report, Council Lee? Yeah. So with Crime Stoppers, we're trying to make it easier as well. So there's more interactive forms, there's different means. So people can provide more information as they do that. The thing that we're finding is that trying to get all the information allocated into one spot is quite tricky in terms of that, because it comes through so many different sort of methods, whether that be the contact centre, our website, the app, Crime Stoppers, or just reported at a service centre. So trying to get all that into what I call one database that's robust is important, and so we're doing that. The other thing that we've done actually, which I might bring a screenshot to show you next Transport Resilience and Infrastructure Committee, is actually what we've done with fare evasion in order to be able to understand that better. Because what we've done is be able to make it easier for the bus drivers to report it. So making it easier for them to report it then all goes into what I call a Power BI database. We can see exactly the GPS location where that has been recorded, and based on size and in terms of attribution, we can deploy transport officers to support in those particular areas. So we can drill down to bus level, so what particular bus routes and what times of day and things like that that's been recorded. And so getting that consistency is giving us a lot more information in order to be able to proactively deploy where these things are happening. Doesn't necessarily mean that's where these things are happening, but often it's a precursor to other things. And so dealing with that too.
And just a final note, that's an area where we're using that, I don't want to say artificial, acquired intelligence across what's happening across our networks, working closely with the police to combine our knowledge of what's happening with their knowledge of what's happening. So when we do deploy, we deploy purposefully our transport officers, their police, to look to intervene or moderate some of the poor behaviour we're seeing.
I just make a plea really that people on buses need real-time, the real-time ability to communicate if there is trouble. And I ask you to give it earnest consideration how a system could be set up to give that surety to people, because I think this problem is not going to get any better. And I think AT and Auckland Council really needs to think seriously about this. So thank you.
Yeah, so sorry, Richard. I was just going to say, look, we will look at that, but I don't, if the public are listening to this or you are in a situation, the first number to call when it is serious is 111. Yeah. And we don't want to confuse people with any other message. If there is a situation that does need to report it that doesn't require 111, then of course we want to draw that to...
If you're abusing someone for being an Asian, you're not going to call 111. You've got to have something different. Do you understand? It's real-time linked and backup for people who are passengers and feeling vulnerable.
I think I acknowledge that. Correct.
What about 4030?
Thank you. Richard. Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. One on the asset conditions. I don't believe I've seen a number that looks so low for public transport before, 63%. What's that about the asset condition? That seems very low.
What particular one?
It's the asset conditions, asset class, public transport, very good, moderate.
Yep. So Murray Burt's going to come and provide, yeah, I know, I want to get to that, but that's about asset condition. But Murray's going to talk about your question. Yep. Thank you. Thanks for the question, and I was expecting it. So the reason why the public transport asset condition is quite low at the moment is to do with wharf repairs, and there's, I guess, seasonal work that can happen, so a lot of work will be happening on the wharfs over summer, so we expect that to change, and it's the components of the wharf that are degrading over the winter period.
Okay, that makes sense. On PT, looks like bus and ferry are still hitting pretty good. but, and I know I email you all the time, Stacey, rail, I mean, how closely are we discussing with Kiwi Rail those random issues that keep popping up? So I think people understand the upgrades that need to happen, but 3 days of power failures, closing whole lines during peak, random closures, signal failures. It is, we are less than half on trains now what we were pre-COVID, and it's not going to improve if this doesn't improve.
Absolutely. So we are going through every single incident that's, reported or impacts in terms of our punctuality and reliability of services. Those issues with power had to do with the single line running works that were happening through that corridor and the power feed in order to be able to sustain peak level operations. So there was definitely some learnings there. So we make sure that those things are turned upside down so that they are understood and learned from, so they're not repetitive.
And last question, Chair. On the safety, I see it's like 1,800 roads or corridors are going to need their speeds reversed under the new rule. I mean, when you've got 0 deaths and serious injuries in July, and you have the first time in 10 years, Labour weekend, no deaths on the road. I mean, who is responsible for this? We are going, is it us? Is it the AT board? Who is going to be responsible for the deaths and serious injuries that do come back if we, I know it's not the only case, speed is not the only factor, but clearly it must be having an evidential impact.
Our obligation is to comply with the law. The law requires us to change the speed limits, and it's as simple and as complex at that all at the same time, Councillor. So that is what we will give effect to, and yes, there is a cost and there's a time to do that, and we will do that. But at the same time, we will work with communities because we remain committed to reducing death and serious injuries on the roads as to what might need to happen, and it could be signage, it could be a raised pedestrian crossing, or it might be a signalised intersection, whatever it is, to help continue this direction of safe system thinking and design for our transport system. So our job is to comply with the law, specifically on the 1,800 roads that need to change.
And in the letter, the update from the Minister when it came out and the update from NZTA, there was this one part of the document that I'm hoping can reduce that 1,800. It says, if there is a local street where a permanent 30k has been applied, but the reason for setting the 30k wasn't because there was a school in the area, then the speed limit does not need to be reversed. Are we complying with that? Because that came out on the Minister's announcement, which would mean town centres and a whole lot of others do not have to have their speed reversed.
Yeah, so look, the transport safety team are going through both what the legislative requirements are and the guidance, and working up a program of how we will change that, but also where we have communities or we have situations like the one you've just outlined that seek a speed reduction, or there's one in place that complies, they're going through and doing all of that triage. What I suggest is, rather than me trying to dive into the detail of it now, the best thing would be for us to come back maybe in December and give you a briefing on where we're at with managing the change process and what that looks like. And that includes, variable signage outside all of the schools and how we're looking to manage that and work with those communities.
Okay, thank you. Julie?
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up a little bit on the bus safety issue. So I talked to someone from one of the bus unions last week, and just wanted to confirm, my understanding is that there's a trial of the screens that's been happening through Richie's out of their Takanini depot. Do you guys know about that?
Absolutely. So they are installing 50 screens on particular routes that we organised with them earlier this year. So they're currently being sort of rolled out at the moment.
And I just wanted to clarify too, one of the reasons for trialling it is that there were actually quite a lot of concerns from drivers that they might feel like they were sort of caged in or separated from customers, which is something they didn't want. And the feedback coming through the design so far is actually the drivers are feeling pretty good about this design. Is that what you're hearing as well?
Correct, and that sort of correlates to the trial that we did with Kinetic last year as well. And we adapted some of the design in order to, with the feedback from the drivers, to make sure that, you know, the glare and those types of things that impact their workspace were taken care of with the designs.
Great. And are you aware also that there's a significant report coming through from the union about the broader issues about things like racism on the buses and stuff like that, that should be out in the next week or two? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Wayne, oh, sorry, Josephine, and then Wayne.
Oh, cool. Now, I heard that the bus shelters were, you know, the bus, what do you call it? The thing that keep the bus drivers safe. Projection screens were rolled out South Auckland, but I was just wondering, is there any chance of it coming out to, you know, the 7.0 and the 7.4 where we've had the issues?
Good question, Councillor. Yes, I mean, it would be progressive. So, I mean, the aim is to have 80% done within the next 2 years. So, it's quite a challenge in terms of there's so many various different types of fleet across the network. So, it's getting that standardisation by fleet type and then doing sort of bulk manufacturing and getting them installed across the network. So, that'll be progressive, but over the next two years, 80% is the target in terms of that. So the older buses in the fleet obviously won't be prioritising because it is a considerable cost to be able to do it and retrofit them, but that's the goal.
Also, was there any police report or learnings between police and AT about the stabbing on the Onehunga bus?
At this stage, it's still very much with the police and their investigation. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then also, right now I'm dealing with a lot of businesses in Glen Innes who are suffering because of the roadworks that we've had going over there a year now. Is there any way Auckland Transport can work on some kind of relief package to bring to us for, I don't know, LTP or annual plan in terms of rates relief? Because that was one of the things that the businesses asked for.
I think I'd want to refer that back to Barry and the council team, because a rates relief package is essentially something that would need to be fully supported by council and the finance team, and it would touch on pretty much everything that Watercare, Healthy Waters and others do. So look, we're happy to contribute what we think that impact looks like and how we might best manage it, but my understanding current council policy doesn't provide for it. We will, of course, though, can I just say, notwithstanding rates relief, we are looking at continuously improving how we work with those businesses to promote them locally while we're there, minimise the impact. We're a lot more focused on getting work in town centres and on main roads in particular out of those busy periods and doing them off-peak or overnight. So there's a long way to go on this because there's a lot of embedded assumption and practice, but we're looking constantly at how we can relieve the impact on local residents and businesses in a non-financial sense. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And also, just a word of thanks for your support, Stacey, with the stabbing on the Onehunga bus and how fast you were in responding with information that I could use to reassure my communities that everything was being done that could be done to keep people safe when they catch the bus and the train. So really appreciated that. And then also with like the person that was run down on Point England Road, so appreciating Auckland Transport support to try and address safety in Point England, and in Glen Innes train station where we've had teenagers being attacked, getting off the train there. So it's just crazy that, you know, all this violence and aggression is happening in society, but also on our transport networks. Just crazy. So I really appreciate your response. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Before we come back to you, Wayne, for your second dig, Lotu's got a question.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you, team, for your report. Just a question on in paragraph 29, you list some of the things where the measures were not met, and you did mention slightly under was your Māori-owned business target of 3%. If you just wanted to talk a bit about that. And then also, I'm interested whether you have something similar, a target for Pasifika businesses, for example. Kia ora.
Look, of course, we want all our targets to meet or exceed, and we're disappointed. 2.91 versus 3 sounds very close, and we're very committed to it meeting or exceeding that target, which we will ensure happens. Okay, that's working with Maori businesses. We have no target that has been agreed with council around Pacifica businesses.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Latu. Wayne?
Yes, hi. Just got a question further to the issue that Mike Lee raised around safety on buses and trains. I've been on some public transport overseas recently, particularly the London Metro, and there's a very regular message that goes up that advises people about a contact point and the like for reporting a range of things. I think it's quite effective. And on buses, there's messaging as well. Obviously, they've got slightly different issues to us. But my question is, do we keep abreast of what other cities overseas are doing around issues like this that are effective?
Yes, we do.
And do we have any recorded messages on our trains that cover off safety and related issues?
Yes, we do.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wayne. Honey?
Just a follow-on question from Councillor Lee regarding Māori outcome achievement just under 3%. I'm aware that there's an encouragement to go into 5%. I'm just wanting to understand what type of opportunities to actually get to the 5 that could be placed up.
Look, I haven't thought that one through, to be fair. So I would welcome the opportunity to do that. Our commitment at this stage under the statement of intent is to achieve 3, and that's what I've given a commitment to deliver on. What it might look like to achieve 5, I think that's a discussion that we would need to have internally. What would that look like? But also, is that an expectation of Council of Auckland Transport as well?
In saying that, then it's good that you're actually going to be following through directly with that mana whenua procurement space, because it's good to see it in the plan, but in some realities, it's how that comes about to achieve it. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No more questions. Is there any debate on this? We're just receiving it. I anticipate not. Someone, Desley, I think, would like to move.
You can't second it, Dean.
No. I just wanted to talk to one other thing, if I can, Chair.
You may.
1 minute.
We lose people at 4 o'clock, and we'll lose a quorum at 4 o'clock. So we've got a little bit of time, but crack in.
Right. So look, just many of you all know we went out with what we call the pothole promise. This was our commitment to dealing with potholes in the road corridor. Our commitment was 95% of all potholes reported would be remediated where they're on a main road within 24 hours. Outside of that, on a local road, it will be within 5 days. 97% of all potholes reported, 384 in the first week, were achieved the deadline. So I'm really pleased with the way the organisation has responded. I'm really pleased that people have felt free to report those potholes and that we're achieving our target. Many sceptics would have said, wasn't a snowflake's hope? Well, we've just proven everybody wrong in the first week or 10 days. And I'm really pleased with where we've got to. Other than that, I'm also very pleased with where the organisation's at the first quarter. It's 4 quarters in one game. We've hit the first quarter. I can see the gaps that we need to focus on. We've identified 4 measures where we're not meeting. and I believe we've got the organisational response and capacity to do so. So, look, I'm very pleased with where we're at, and I thank you for your support. And I truly appreciate the 97% result.
Thank you. And so that's got Ken all good, interested. So you've got a question, Ken?
With all due respect, I just want to know how long they're going to stay filled for. Like, filling them is one target. The length of the longevity of the repair is the other target.
Of course, I agree. And we're focused on both.
And can I say, I did spend a little bit of time out there. They're using, Murray probably do it better than me, but they are using new technology. They're bringing in basically patches that have been used in South Africa. They take a little bit longer to do the pothole, but it removes that risk of the crumbling and stuff. And so it's like putting a sticking plaster with chip seal over the top of the pothole. And the Fulton Hogan people who have been doing it that I went out with said that the recalls has just stopped. So better technology. Ken, you look like you just don't believe.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Good. Be interesting to watch. Thank you.
I'm glad you're celebrating with us.
Okay, so that's now spurred a whole lot of questions. So yeah, we've got Julie, Lotu and Josephine.
Kia ora, thank you. So is the new technology being, because obviously this is for the arterials, I'm dealing with a couple of neighbourhoods where we've got a lot of development going on, and so there's constant potholes. And the underlying issue is actually that the road will be redone, properly redone, once, we've not got bus detours and stuff like that anymore, but until then, we have to just keep doing these patches. But are you going to do those fancy South African patches on those local roads, or is that only available for arterial ones? South African. Well, didn't he say South African? Yeah. Yeah. I'm just giving credit where it's due.
I think the intent is wherever there's technology advances or new approaches that we apply that across the network. Okay. But where the underlying road pavement is at end of life and it needs rehabilitation, then a patch can only last so long.
Yeah, and so there will be times when actually we do have to repatch until we can do that road pavement repair. Is that accurate? Yeah, thank you.
And so I've just been advised we're going to lose our quorum at 3. So unless the questions...
No, it's fine. It's fine. They're just leaving at 3.
They're leaving at 3?
Yeah. But not losing quorum. We're not losing quorum.
Right.
Oh. It's fine.
Dyscalculia I suffer from. Can't count. Okay, so no, don't trust me with your money. Lotu.
Kia ora, thank you. I just wanted to ask, what's the best way for our communities to contact you about potholes? Because I know in my area they're probably not reporting. Is there a pothole hotline or an AI?
There is. It's all online. So there's a pothole promise online way to record where it is. So we will circulate that to all of you.
Should be called a potline.
There's a lot of play on words here. I'm trying to avoid all of them. I'm not very good at this stuff because sometimes I say it wrong, don't I, Stacey? But having said that, we will circulate it to you, and then you can circulate it to others. It's real easy.
Awesome. Thank you.
Joe?
I was just going to say, I have seen some of the social media that's out there, and I think it's really helpful and really good. The potholes one, I'm happy to share that as well because we've got potholes, but it doesn't cover private roads, right, in the town centre, just our own public roads.
Private roads are exactly that, and it's their responsibility. If you've got an issue, then you do need to out it with the town centre manager or the... we have it around where we are in the viaduct. There's plenty of places.
Yeah.
Report the pothole to them.
Oh, yeah. And maybe get another spokesperson besides that guy that I've been seeing fronting your social media.
Cut you off, eh?
If we've got others of you that want to be part of our social media campaign, then we will, of course, receive all offers. Yeah. And we've got some other cool things coming up too, but I wouldn't want to let them out of the bag before it's time to do so. But there's a lot of good stuff happening.
Cool. I'm only joking.
That's all right.
I think I threw you a like.
I wouldn't know. Okay, so we've got to the end of the questions. Is there any debate? I don't think there is. So I think Desley was going to move this, and Chris Darby had his hand up before to second it. All those in favour say aye, and against carried. Thank you, team. Next is Roger. and is artificial intelligence. He is real.
Good afternoon. For those that don't know me, I'm Roger Jones. I head up the technology in Auckland Transport, and I'm accompanied today by Paul on my left, who heads up our development shop, and Tony on my right, who's our artificial intelligence guy. And I think we've got a presentation. Hopefully that can be put up. Otherwise, it's going to be a long session.
And I'll just add that I asked for this because it was presented at a board meeting, and I was intrigued.
So the first thing is, most of what we do in Auckland Transport involves technology and everything. That's the sales pitch. That's why I'm here, all right, promote myself and my team. So just a quick slide on that. But I think the first thing is, when we talk about artificial intelligence, there's been a lot in the paper and the media over the last sort of 6 months around generative AI. It's just important to sort of reflect on what we mean by artificial intelligence and the fact that it's actually been around for a very long time. So it started in the 1950s, and it's still going. And generative AI is just another form of artificial intelligence. So therefore, it will come as no surprise to you that we actually have been working in Auckland Transport on artificial intelligence for a number of years. It probably sails underneath the radar a little bit. There's just some global trends around what's happening, and this is courtesy of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. But it's 75% of budgets now will have something to do with artificial intelligence. There's very few applications now that are coming out that don't have artificial intelligence involved in them somewhere along the line, or that come with an artificial intelligence package. So not surprising, organisations are starting to use it both for their own efficiency, but also being aware that the public have access to these, and so there's nothing to stop them from running an AI engine over a website and seeing what's there in terms of data, and finding out things that would normally be hard to find, but it makes it really, really easy to find. All right, so, and I guess that's where what's happening now is with generative AI is you don't need people who understand technology. You can ask it in English language what you want. We'll go back. What's happening in a specific place, or find me some information about this, or give me a template, or find me some pictures, and it will search either the web or your own company data, and it will generate information. Now, what you do with that information, and whether it's correct or not, is open to interpretation. The web is full of lots of information, and the States is full of it, that is wrong. So just because you ask the question doesn't mean it's right. Now I want to go forward, it doesn't want to. So it's already used widely, globally, in public transport, and I'm not going to go through this slide, but it is used across the transport organisation in all parts of our business, and it's going to grow. It's going to continue to grow, and it will grow across the council family as well. And we're going to outline just a few things that we have been doing in transport, where we use it and how we use it. I guess the key one is how do we manage it, all right? Because data has got to be managed. If you put the wrong data out there, or the incorrect data, people will find it, and that will be a reputational risk. So we need to put governance around it, which is what we've been doing in the transport sector. We need a framework. We need to understand what the reputational risk is if we put data on sites that is wrong or incorrect, and people find it, and make sure that the data we have is not exposed incorrectly. So we've got to keep people's privacy right. We don't want staff being able to search other staff members' data internally and things like that. So security and a framework is important, and we've got one of those. So one of the options we're doing, which is a really exciting one, is we're working with 3 different companies, and we're exploring a what is a global issue, which is, for those that don't know, Customs Street at peak hour has about 6 or 7 traffic lights, and it's very heavily congested. And how do you keep the traffic lights in synchronisation? How do you maximise the throughput of buses and vehicles, as well as pedestrians crossing the road? And we've got buses coming in on the side road as well. So this has been recognised now as an issue that is globally a problem. So we're working with Google, Microsoft and Hewlett-Packard Enterprise to try and get them to help solve it. All 3 companies are coming to the party with hard cash and their technical resources to help us. So that's one of the big ones that we're working on at the moment to try and improve it. If we can improve that bit, we will be able to improve other parts of the city as well. And obviously it will be a model that can be used in other cities. But that's probably one of the big ones. We're lucky, we've got all the data. We've got all our traffic light data, we've got CCTV data, we've got pedestrian count data. We are very data rich, and that's why the organisations are very keen to work with us on it, because they don't have to go and build the data sets. Internally, we are using a lot of the Microsoft product, so we're using what they call their co-pilots, which come with their products now. And we're using that, we've done some pilots internally, and we're rolling it out slowly, taking into account the governance. But we're trying to increase our efficiency of how we work internally. So we're using this across things like our CRM, where people, customers complain and we log all those complaints. We're trying to use AI across that to help us see insights into data that you might not be able to see unless someone hard-coded it into the old query that some techo would do, and if you ask them nicely. Now you can do it, and staff can do it themselves and ask those questions and get insights. So we do get efficiencies. It's not hard cash, but it is staff efficiency time, all right? It is also very useful, and I give the example, I don't write the nicest emails sometimes, but if I use Copilot, it is very friendly, and I have had people come up and say, you're all right, it's just too friendly. So it is very useful at adjusting the tone of emails and letters and things like that into a more positive approach. Now, hopefully this will play.
Was it only just...
It's been only 23 months since the launch of ChatGPT. And in that time, we have seen organizations making enormous progress in terms of preparing their data and their workforce.
And in some cases, it's actually the public sector leading the way. One great example is Auckland Transport. Now, they're legislatively required to answer questions from you, the public. Previously, the questions hit their call center queue. Now, the system would then engage different departments to answer the question. But the information, of course, was scattered across the organization in different systems and documents. And to vastly cut down on the time it takes to answer the public's questions and to simplify their process, the DNA team created a generative AI conversational interface to all of these documents, as well as to a 5-year history of the responses that they had made to the public. And they made this available to their internal chatbot for their frontline workers to offer a great customer experience, great experience to the public. Now, that's impact, and that's an outstanding example of collective intelligence in action.
So that was at the keynote global conference of Gartner Research Group. That technology we have exposed to other government agencies and to the council, and it is being adopted by quite a few of those. So that's one where we led, and now lots of others are following.
It's been only
So the other one is report a problem, which links back a little bit to potholes as well. So this is one of the ones on our website where you can report a problem. Traditionally, you had to put quite verbose wording around what is the issue that you're trying to report. We run AI across that now, and generally what we're finding is we can direct the query to the right person a lot more efficiently, a lot quicker, without someone having to read what the complaint is and actually try and figure it out themselves. So this is one that's been in, and yeah, we're getting really good success with getting the complaint to the right person as fast as we can. We've also got one on our website where we're trialling it. There is a little bit of risk around this because obviously some of our website data may not be as accurate as what we want, but we're using it as a learning curve. So the more people that use it, there's a feedback form. It will help us to correct the data that's on our websites and give us feedback about how we can do it better. But it is giving people an English version. We hope to go multilingual before very long so that they'll be able to ask those queries in their native language. Another one which we've got, which is an interesting one, which is around the connection between, in this case, ferries and buses to buses. So if you're on a ferry and you're waiting to get the bus at the other end and the bus leaves just as the ferry's pulling up, it's quite annoying. And they're incentivised differently. The bus operator's on a different contract, they're incentivised to leave on time. The ferry operator, if he's running late, there's sometimes not much you can do about it. So what we've done is built an AI engine that actually works out how many people, based on previous Hopcard history, are on the ferry, how many of those will get onto the bus, and then downstream, what's the bus patronage. So at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, if it's downstream, it's mainly children, maybe you don't hold the bus. But if it's 5 o'clock and it's mainly adults, you might hold the bus for a few minutes, and because the impact isn't so big on that demographic. So this makes a recommendation. It doesn't automatically say hold the bus, but it makes a recommendation as to whether the bus should wait or go on the ferry. And the next step is to obviously then try and advise the people on the ferry that the bus is either going to wait or it's not going to wait. But that's the next step. But that's quite a big one, and we use it, starting to use it now. So this is a little video. This is real, it's not staged. So this video here is Britomart, obviously, real situation. And so that's our CCTV analytics. And now we've coupled that with AI. So as in the rail corridor and the underground stations and things, that now automatically triggers a station alert to the station staff that something's gone wrong. It automatically triggers a message on the PA system to say step back from the line. It automatically will trigger to the train control system, and so the lighting in the tunnel that indicates the trains need to slow down to a safe speed. So that is now all automated through AI. So that's a real safety case, and you know, people just don't see some of this stuff is all behind the scenes. This is another one which you'll see. So this is obviously at night time, and those people are coming down to tag the train. Yep, so they spray paint the side of the train, and in that situation the train driver has to decide whether he's going to continue or stop. And if he stops, then there's issues around fumes and safety of that from the spray paint. So again, that's something where train control automatically gets this alert now and can see what's happening on the train and talk to the driver and the staff on the train about what's happening. He stayed. He was fearful of moving the train because he wasn't sure where the people were. So this is a bit of, you know, self-assessment. We're on a journey. We're doing a lot. We have about 60 odd AI instances across transport. We've got a wealth more waiting to be done. That's a prioritisation process, but it's exciting times, and we're well down the journey. We're well regarded across the industry in this space, but it's useful to come out here and sort of show that this stuff is happening, but it's not that well known. This is the chatbot on our Every Interaction Counts. So that's helping our website to get better. And you've got the pack so you can read through the details on this one. And I guess the question for us is we're going to keep going, but we welcome ideas, and we welcome ideas from anybody. And if you've got ideas or opportunities for us, let us know and we'll put them on the list. But we are really open to what can we do better and faster using AI. So thank you very much, and I'll take any questions you've got.
Thank you, Roger. Julie, did you have a question? Yep.
Yeah, sorry, I do. This looks great. There is, though, issues with AI around the environmental impact of it. The fact that it uses a lot of water to cool data centres, a lot of electricity, and the link with fossil fuels. I noticed that's not mentioned in the climate impact statement. So I wondered, how is AT taking that into account in terms of inadvertently perhaps counteracting its own efforts in regards to climate?
So in terms of climate around the IT stuff, what we're looking at is the latest generation of servers, which are a combination of water and oil cooled, which will last up to 10 years instead of traditional 3 to 5 years. You can get a lot more processing out of them. So, and the cost difference is not very much. So we're doing trials on that at the moment around getting into neutral data centres. So we're shifting from our legacy data centres to more modern environmental friendly data centres as we speak, and that will be finished by the end of next year. So we're constantly looking at how our tech can become more greener. We have green waste, so all of our old laptops and everything are all disposed of through a green process. So we're doing as much as we can.
Thank you. I mean, there's a certain limitation to how much you can do given how energy, intensive the tech is. I would just be interested in general and us keeping an eye on that. Thanks.
Thanks. Lottie?
Kia ora, thank you. Thanks, team. My question is around, when we saw the video, the TED Talk type video, talking about how AI will perform functions that once were performed by the call centre, and I know this is a question asked worldwide, do we have any projections on what effect this is going to have on our staffing, on the number of staff that we employ? How many people will this replace? How many jobs will be lost?
The answer is yes and no. I mean, it's new tech, who knows, is the real answer. The way it's looked at the moment is you can't guarantee the answer, so you still need a human to think about some of this stuff. So it's going to help them do their job. They might be able to do more of it, but it's not going to replace people in the short term. I mean, the example they use is in the tech industry, you can reduce your testing time by about 30% by using automated tools, but you still need people to actually run it, make sure it's doing its job and things like that. So and that's why I say at the moment it's not cash savings, right? This is about improving efficiency, improving throughput at the moment, not about making people redundant.
Yeah.
If I just add to that a little bit, what it's doing as well, it's helping customers with those really repeatable questions. So how many CCTV cameras have you got? Really kind of set questions, and it's actually freeing up the contact centre for those better, higher cognitive conversations. So actually what we're finding is the conversations we're having with customers are much richer and helping with those really complex problems by not just getting rid of those repeatable, same kind of where's my nearest hop retailer kind of thing. So it's actually in a way helping to really engage with customers much better.
Good. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Ken?
Thank you. How long has the AI been working with Report a Problem?
We're in month 3 of the trial now, and it's on roughly 35% of all. Anybody can access it, but it's pushed to 35% of all AT mobile users, and that will increase as we get more confidence in the data.
Oh, good, because I saw a presentation here which said that by board how many people had complained, and also that 40% are by the staff, and I thought I can match that figure, so I've been trying. There's a long way to go yet, I'm telling you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Spend your weekends well, mate. Morris?
Yeah, look, just a quick comment. I think it's fantastic what you guys are doing. I've had a good look at it. And AI comes into its own when you're dealing with hugely complex networks that a human being or even a group of human beings could never solve the issues right there and then. These machines can do billions of permutations and combinations and come up with optimal solutions that you just can't do as a human being, so it's really good. Can I just tell every one of you, if you've got a home PC with Microsoft Office on it, the little Copilot logo that's appearing, we still haven't got it enabled here on ours, but you can just do wonderful stuff with Copilot right now. Right now, if you had a PC, I'll give you a couple of examples. If you have a big data table on Excel, You can ask Copilot to give it a summary. It will produce graphs, tables, and even some written wording about what does this data show, what are the trends, what are the growth rates, and so on, right before your eyes without doing anything other than just say, analyse the data. If you've got a written document, like a Word document, you can say, please turn this into a PowerPoint. Bang, the PowerPoint is there with every sheet of PowerPoint with its heading, with its base, and you can then take that to a presentation straight from just words, Word document. That little Copilot, I've been a trial member for Microsoft for a while with Copilot. It literally will do anything you try to do on a computer, but it'll do it instantaneously rather than weeks or days of plotting to try and do a really good PowerPoint or a good graph or a good summary. Yeah, well, that's always been a problem for me, but never mind. All I want to tell you is this is coming in a speed. If you've been using ChatGPT for a while, that's fine, but I tell you, the whole what Copilot will do for you, and AT are right at the forefront there to be congratulated. I think it's just bloody marvellous. Thank you. That was a question.
I'm sure it was, and you can see how he tells me he was the most popular Minister of Statistics ever with that enthusiasm. Richard?
Thank you. And yeah, this going to ATOC over the years, you can see this improving and improving, so thanks heaps for it. The question is, does it measure people rather than vehicles? I see often we're letting 1 or 2 cars through when we've got about 15, well, maybe 6 or 7 buses lined up. So in there, you could have 700 people, technically, behind, being delayed by 1 or 2 cars. Down Customs Beach, sometimes you can have 5 or 6 cars blocking an intersection with about 10 buses behind, and that's, almost 1,000 people. So is there ways for the AI to be going, shoot, we've got to get all those people through before those 2 or 3 cars?
The answer is yes. So that's part of the problem we're trying to solve with Customs Street, but it does differentiate between buses and cars and bikes and things like that.
Thank you.
Okay, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Jones and colleagues. A very impressive presentation. I'd have to say that the IT department is one of the best performing units in the whole council group. So congratulations on your work regarding connectivity, intermode connectivity. I think that's absolutely vital. My question is, in terms of safety, do you think that that AI could be useful in enhancing safety on trains, buses, or the perception of safety on trains and buses, and the likelihood of intervention in extremis?
It's a really good question. Thank you for that. So one of the pilots we're trying at the moment with where Roger showed the child on the station is we can do we can analyse footage of people starting to act aggressively. So if we currently don't have CCTV on every single bus and every single angle, but we could run trials where we can see people who are starting to act aggressively or have poor behaviours, and we could then obviously trigger some sort of intervention with contacting the police or transport officers or what have you. We've already trialled that at a few stations where you've got things like large groups and large crowds leaving stations at once. We can track things like desire lines about where they're going. But one thing we're starting to trial now is how we can identify that people getting riled up and aggressive or drunk or whatever it might be, and then start to put those triggers in place. So it's in pilot at the moment. We've not rolled it out, but it's absolutely something we're looking at for exactly that use case.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We might trial it here. Greg?
Yes, thank you. I'm glad you brought that onto the agenda, Chair, so thank you for that. A couple of questions. One would be, how's Auckland Council Parent getting across this and working with you to take some of your learnings? The other one is probably around our delivery mechanisms through our contractors. Any desires or future plans about how this might be able to assist them with their delivery? But I'm probably thinking specifically around roading contracts.
So 2 questions. Council, yes, we're sharing what we're doing with Council and picking up, for instance, the Lagoima work around queries. They can copy that. In terms of our partners, yes, there's a lot of work, especially around the road network. There's analytics, for instance, that we are looking at. Maybe we put on the buses. As you drive down the road, it can detect whether the street furniture, either the stop sign is still there today that should have been there yesterday, or it's been vandalised. And there's also trials that have been going on with Fulton Hogan down in Christchurch, around they can analyse the road surface and tell you if its pothole is starting to develop or not. And we've been looking at that as well.
Can I just add to that? I've shared a lot of the information that we've either in these presentations or on the board presentation with the council group shared services team. And in September, I presented to the Department of Internal Affairs conference for government and central government and local government about all the generative AI solutions that we've been building and developing. So that was really well received. I've had a lot of contacts following those presentations around how we can collaborate with other government agencies.
It's very well done. I was remiss in congratulating you about the recognitions you're getting from across industry and the specialists in this area. That's well done and it needs to be acknowledged. So congratulations.
Thank you, Greg. Honey?
It's quite exciting what you've placed up. And I can't remember whether you were present at the last three or not, and I talked, and you mentioned how to manage, especially the data sovereignty space around that. And I've got a little grandson, he's about 8 years old, he needs a little whiz. I wasn't quite sure how he was writing all these little words. I roti te reo Māori too, but it sort of signalled to me, in one, the reo ake o tēnā iwi, and how that is going to be engaged in the Auckland Transport te reo strategy, in terms of which reo to use, or which iwi reo to use. Second to that is the data sovereignty space. And I know that census data has come out. And for us within Tāmaki, we are definitely aware of where our people are living and the social impacts that are around, that we have used the data around there, especially for the iwi. What and how, I suppose, is Auckland Transport utilising to either do one of safety, not in terms of that little peepee that was nearly falling into the train track, but in terms of the content and information for it. I'm not quite sure whether I've got that across to you in the best way.
Oh, I think in terms of the language, we're obviously at the moment we're using the Microsoft T-Rail, and we've got that in pilot. AI will learn different languages as people use it, and it can be customised to individuals, right? That's early days in the AI, but it will be multilingual, so the dialects shouldn't make too much difference once the models are trained and get a bit more mature. It's early days. In terms of are we using it across statistics and things like that? Not at the moment, but we've got a big work program, a lot of opportunities. We're starting to look at how we can use it across our data sets to identify different demographics and things like that.
Just a follow-up question. In terms of working with iwi within Tāmaki, so are you indicating that you are working with them to assist you to either do the reo delivery, or that AI is somewhere out there doing it for itself?
So yeah, we do work with the different, we do have some Maori liaison people, and that's mainly out of the public transport, and that helps us with the Te Reo announcements and things on all the buses and all the public transport. So we do have a method of communicating and interacting. We haven't interacted directly around AI with them as yet, but it is something that will happen.
There might be something that I can follow up directly with Haukura staff. Kia ora.
Thanks. Julie?
Sorry, I have got one more. Given that you're doing a lot of work here that's potentially looking at people, like when you've got, like the example you gave us with the little girl sitting on the edge of the train platform, which was terrifying. You know, when we see a person, any person move into a space, that's quite easy to set off an alarm. But when we're looking at things like judging people's behaviour, that kind of stuff. There's a level of nuance there, and we know that there have been issues overseas with bad data and bad outcomes, particularly around racial profiling, around unconscious bias, not picking up, like being cases where, for example, people who aren't white can't be seen by some of the technology. So I just want some assurance, I guess, that that's something that you're being conscious of. We have an incredibly diverse population. There's also a whole lot of data stuff about bias against women, because a lot of the data that we use is based on male cohorts predominantly as well. So just asking that you're taking that into account.
Yeah, I've just been at the Chief Data and Analytics of the conference.
Sorry, I can't quite hear you. Could you just go a bit closer to the mic?
So
Thanks.
I've just been at a conference for the last 2 days talking exactly about this thing, and the acknowledgement is that all data is biased, and AI exposes those biases much more so than ever before. So we have to really control for the bias in the data. And that example that you mentioned around black people not being able to be picked up on computer vision was actually referenced there. It's something that we're really conscious of. Part of the AI governance forum and our AI ethics approach is to recognise how we control for bias. And a lot of the discussion was data is biased. You just need to be able to mitigate against it using statistical techniques to make sure you've got representative data.
Also be some advantage in having a conversation with some of the advisory panels about this as well. I think they'd have some really rich life experience that they could add to that conversation. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, no further questions. Christine?
I have a comment.
Excellent. So you can wander back to the thank you team, as I thought people would be very interested in what you were presenting. So, Chris?
I am extremely mindful of the time and your loss of quorum, so I'll keep my comments very brief. And I want those councillors that have not sat around this council table since amalgamation to know that Roger is an absolute gem. And both Councillor Lee and I recommended to previous CEOs that we should be using his expertise in IT, and had we done so, we would have saved tens of millions of dollars. So I just want to commend the skill set that he has and just what his breadth of his vision. I'm very pleased that we have had the opportunity to discuss this.
No, excellent, well said. Any other comments? Finally, an ex-policeman who's doing well, Roger. Nice work. So, Chris, would you like to move? And Mike, do you want a second? All right, Desi will second. Any discussion? Those in favour say aye, and against, carried. Next item is item 14, the Auckland Transport Fare Review, and we're noting here the decision of the Auckland Transport Board. So welcome up Stacey and David and Richard. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee. And just here with me today, we have, you probably want to introduce him, David Stevenson to my right. He's the PT Growth Manager, and to my left, we have Richard Harrison, who's the GM of Growth and Optimisation. So this has, as the Chair said, has been to our board and approved, and we're here to communicate this today and answer any questions that resume. It's important to note that we had plenty of conversations during the long-term planning process where we talked about and that in order to be able to be sustainable with that fare strategy and also that forward moving plan. We had obviously a big stretch target in terms of savings at Auckland Transport, and part of that we did put forward improved fare box recovery in order to be able to support that, including an initiative to improve the ferry fares given the higher cost to serve. And so with that, I'm going to hand over to David, who's going to take you very briefly through the presentation, which I do believe you have attached, and then we will go to questions. Thank you.
Chair Richard's going to take it. Do we have the presentation? We're just going to talk about some of our rationale behind the annual fare change, which we are looking to make live in February next year, and then outline the fare structure changes that we're planning to implement early next year as well. In the presentation, it does suggest that the fare review changes will go live on the 9th of February. We're just working through with the technology teams what date we will go live. Obviously, they're committed to delivering contactless payments at the moment, and it's the same teams who would need to work on these fare changes. So it's
I'm just
likely to be early
struggling
Feb.
to hear.
Sorry, I'll get closer to the mic. We review our fares every year. We did make a change earlier this year after the age-based concessions were removed. But for the previous 2 years during COVID, we didn't change fares at all. That was the right thing to do through COVID to support people. And in that time, our operating costs increased massively, and simply put, we're playing catch-up. Fares haven't kept pace with our rising costs. But in reviewing our fares, we're of course looking for a balance. We've heard a clear steer that we need to seek to achieve a higher fare box recovery ratio, the portion of our operating costs that is user pays, as opposed to council or NZTA funding. Of course, our council customers want value for money, and we're always thinking about how we balance attracting new customers with balancing our budget. The NZTA set an index rate for our bus and ferry costs, and that was at 4.9% for the last financial year. We are proposing an increase slightly higher than that, which is part of us catching up. And then move on to the fare structure review. The fare structure review is not about increasing revenue. In fact, we've tried to make structural changes as close to neutral as possible when we're considering them. It's really about making our fares simpler and easier for our customers to understand, and future-proofing as Auckland grows, particularly as Auckland grows at the edges of the city, how we support people who are travelling further. We commissioned an independent review through LEK, who are renowned experts in public transport fares and pricing. And one of the most interesting insights for me was that they showed, compared to 44 cities around the world, we perform really well in short-term fares. We're near the top in that ranking in terms of the affordability and the value for money of our short-term fares. But our long fares, longer trips, we index really poorly. We were down at the bottom of that. And so the changes we're working through now are really about addressing the inequity of people who have to travel further, particularly as the city expands. This is a summary of the criteria that we gave to LEK, and it's just showing that balance between considering our obligation to get a good fare box recovery ratio, but also with a customer understanding of value for money and addressing social inequities. So the 7 recommendations that we got from LEK are here. It's the first 4 that we've highlighted in red are the ones that we are moving forward with at this moment. The others we're just showing for transparency. This is where we may have a conversation in the next year of what we would choose to implement. So at the moment, what we're looking to do is consolidate the 14 fare zones down to 9. That means people who are travelling further will travel through fewer zones. Linked to that, we are introducing a maximum fare of 4 zones. So even people who travel further than that will still only be charged at 4 zones. So that marries nicely with the $50 7-day fare cap we recently introduced, and it's giving price certainty to our customers. Thirdly, we are decoupling ferry fares from the bus and train fares. So when we moved to integrated fares across all 3 modes, the way our fare tables are structured meant that the ferry fares were tied to bus and train, and we couldn't move them independently. So this is giving us flexibility to move ferry fares. It is a very expensive mode, and we need to be able to adjust fares if we're going to be able to achieve that fare box recovery ratio. And then the fourth thing is we are removing the off-peak discount. So currently there is a 10% discount off the full fare for people travelling off-peak. This was introduced several years ago to encourage people to spread their travel across the day and move more travel into the middle of the day when we have more capacity in our network. Simply put, that hasn't worked. We heard during COVID when we actually encouraged people to change their travel habits to get more spaces on vehicles, people told us they travel when they have to travel and we shouldn't be telling them to move. So this is about having fairer fares across the day. People travel when they need to travel, and therefore they should all pay the same fare. And when we were thinking about when we would introduce these, there were two constraints. One was the technical capability, when it would be realistic to introduce things, and then secondly, how we tell the story to Aucklanders so that we give a fair balance of there are benefits and there may be losses for people now. So we've come up with this roadmap. We're working now on package 1A, which is those first 4 changes, and then we would seek to do the other 3 changes after we've embedded these ones. So this is a view of the zone consolidation. So we're going from 14 zones down to 9. So there's 3 new areas ringed in red there. A northern zone, that would mean somebody travelling from Whangaparoa into the city would now have a 3-zone trip rather than 4-zone trip. And then 2 zones, that's a kind of southern and eastern combination, and then Franklin and Manukau South combined. So that means when Pukekohe rail station is open, a rail trip will be 4 zones into the city rather than 5. And an example of the fare table changes. So on the left is our current fare table, and that's not all our fares, because you'd then overlay a 10% discount for an off-peak trip, and we've been moving to more like the fare table on the right. So this is using the current fares in both tables. It's not reflecting the annual fare increase. But you can see on the right, it's much simpler and easier for our customers to understand what they would be paying, including up to, it's only a 4-zone maximum. And then the inner, mid and outer harbour ferry fares are down at the bottom. They're now decoupled and they're now in separate zones, which allows us to move those independently. And the waterfall is just showing the overall revenue impact of both the fare changes and all of the fare structure changes that we are proposing. So the green box is the package that we are implementing early next year, and then the yellow box are the changes that we may make in the future. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions? Start with Desley.
Yeah, thanks. I hope this is not a surprise to you. But look, given our ongoing drive to get people onto public transport and that the quarterly report shows boardings are slightly below targets, petrol prices are slowly declining, have you undertaken economic analysis about the impact of the rising fares on patronage? Or is the demand for public transport regarded as relatively inelastic? In other words, fares are not a major influence on the number of passengers.
Yes, thank you. We have. Public transport is seen to be relatively inelastic. People still travel. The projected impact on boardings is about 1 million annual boardings. We've had something like an 8 or 9 million boarding increase in the last year, and patronage is continuing to grow. So we do project there will be a slight reduction as a result of this.
Okay, John.
I've got a couple of questions. Could you go back a couple of slides there where you showed the ferry fares, which seem to be different from what's in the attachment? Yeah, you're down the bottom. So, sorry, that's fare type outer harbour. What any adult anytime peak? So what is it? Are you saying that's hop is going to be $12.70? Is that going to be the fare for the outer harbour now is $12.70? Because it's $13.20 in attachment A.
Sorry, attachment A has got the accurate fare changes. That what slide was just put in there to illustrate the difference from a customer point of view between the old table and the new one. So that table is not updated.
Okay, so the attachment A is the one. Yep. All right. Okay, so I just want to point out what I see to be a couple of the contradictions here. So we acknowledge that our long distance fares benchmark poorly as opposed to the low cost ones. In fact, we're 33 out of 44 cities. So that's not great. Yet when we get to, and I'm thinking particularly of the outer harbour ferries here, when we get to that, which are already high in a dollar value, we're going to push them up. So they're going to go up even further, and we get to some pretty big sums then, don't we? So even if we take that monthly pass, it's going up $40. That's like that's over $5,000 a year, $5,280 a year. So we're getting up into some pretty big sums of money for the type of travel we know we don't perform well in. We're one of the lowest performers. Whereas for the shorter ones, we have a whole lot of fare concessions going out now. The $50 cap for people on buses and trains. Yet when it comes to the ferry mode, that seems to get hit harder. So I guess where is the sense of making the network work well price-wise for the wider region, given that people they do have to live in further out places? At what point then does it become prohibitive, particularly in respect of the example I gave you?
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I absolutely understand your perspective on that. During the long-term plan process, we did make a commitment in order to try and get ferry fares to be more sustainable and equitable to the cost that it actually is subsidised at. So ferry is disadvantaged from a higher running cost perspective. Therefore, the fare in terms of fare box recovery is considerably lower in proportion to the other modes. So we do need to make an effort in order to provide a more equitable, what I would call coverage from a fare cost perspective. It still does not make it commensurate with that of a bus fare from a payment perspective in terms of public subsidy. The alternate, I guess, when I look at it from an outer harbour fares, is that the bus journey is cheaper than what they're paying today under the new table. But yes, ferries is definitely something that we need to continue to do better on and sort of seek in terms of what other options are there in the future for ferry to keep it sustainable. But right now, from a fare box recovery perspective, we do need to make it sustainable from a funding perspective.
So that from that comparison, so that's operating cost. Does the comparison does it take in capital costs too? Like so for instance, if ferries run on water and have a terminal at either end, trains which don't appear to be looking too good in the per customer average publicly funded portion at 0.37, we're adding on 5.4 billion for the City Rail Link, and the units cost more. We have a lot more of them. So is it a true comparison of the overall cost, or is it just the operating costs we're looking at here?
Thank you, Councillor. You're absolutely correct. It is on operating costs. So when we actually look at true costs, you're right, we have a free highway in terms of the harbour. But from how we have to report from a governance perspective, we need to follow what is put out for us by NZTA.
Thanks. I appreciate that confirmation, Stacey, but I guess if we're talking about real cost then, and we are talking ultimately about real cost, because we fund the capital works to, 49% or 51%, whatever it is, then it can become a bit skewed, and it does become skewed in this instance. So I'll take that as a given, but beyond that, if I go to some, and it's tied into some of the fare offerings or concession card offerings. I had a letter a little while ago from a father whose son is a university student, and nearly 40% of his travel costs are going. 40% of his student loan allowance a week is going on travel costs. And so he's travelling by the ferry. There is no $50 cap. There is no tertiary concession beyond just the fare, which is $9.30 or something. So there's not like the monthly pass. There's not a tertiary equivalent of that. So I see anomalies all the time. So that's a young person travelling down the quickest, most convenient way he can get down, and nearly 40% is going on travel costs. But if he was taking a bus, taking twice as long, or he'd be on the $50 cap. So a huge change. So do we look at anomalies as they might affect people. I mean, in this case, it's quite a identifiable cohort. That's young tertiary students.
Yes, we do, and we understand that there's obviously, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. We have requirements we have to meet. We're trying to do that on a fair and equitable basis and obviously make it more affordable for people that do have to travel longer. That doesn't necessarily mean we can make ferries the same cost as a bus, as the case may be.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. Okay, final question, Mr. Chair, and again, it goes to looking at other ways of doing things. And I notice we're taking away our off-peak 10% reduction. Down in Wellington with their Snapper card, they have a 50% reduction in the off-peak from 9 to 3. And if you look at their bus, their train services, particularly in the weekends, but also in that inter-peak, they're chock-a-block. You know, there's a lot of people travelling by public transport down in Wellington as a consequence of that, you know, real significant reduction then. And similarly, if we go a little further to other countries, say like Vienna, where they have a travel pass of €365 a year, which is $1.80 a day if we convert it, and they have massive uptake. So I know the constraints you've alluded to, but in terms of some of these other models that get a lot more people into the public transport system and therefore increase our fare recovery, I assume, have we looked at some of these other examples and say, well, why don't we give that a shot in Auckland so that we address the fare box? And we're going for 40%, aren't we, for fare box recovery? And I don't know if it's right or not, but I see a lot of Australian studies are 30% or even under 30%. So there's more than one way of skinning the cat here, isn't it? And one way is getting more people onto public transport and having offerings, as has been proven in other countries that are really successful. The Vienna one, been going since 2012 at €365 a year. So I'd be interested in some sort of response to that.
Great sort of summary, Councillor. With what we did with LEK, they looked globally in terms of what was best practice and what options there were whilst fitting within the requirements that we actually have to meet as an organisation in terms of fare box recovery. So they did look across multiple countries in order and put forward different ideas with that. So what we have come up with is a compromise in terms of meeting our requirements and providing good solutions for our customers. We also do have to look at how we do our concessions and also our structures as we go into the national ticketing system. It's important to understand that other jurisdictions around New Zealand will also be looking at their fares because they're obliged to improve their fare box recovery too. That is not unique to Auckland, and actually as far as that, what we get from our fares is better than other areas in terms of that and where we sort of stand. From a local government perspective, have topped up a lot in recent years, and so obviously these constraints across councils across New Zealand, so they're all will be looking at this too in terms of how they structure their fares. You're right, the more people we get on public transport, the more cost effective it is, yeah, and so that is ultimately the goal, yeah, to get more people on public transport. By looking at what we can do from a concession perspective as well as our caps, is obviously we've been looking very closely at and put measures in place. It is going to be challenging for the next few years. We have had huge cost increases over the last few years, some of those for really, really good reasons. We made a substantial effort to improve bus driver wages. That doesn't come without a cost, and so these types of things which improve our network, make it more stable, make it more reliable. We've invested obviously in ferry, we've invested in trains as you said, and we've invested also in bus. So this is obviously all costs, but that we need to try and make sustainable for the longer term so that we meet requirements from both our funding partners.
I'll reserve the right to speak to this, Mr. Chair.
Yep, no problem. Julie?
Thank you. I think I'm probably in agreement with Councillor Watson there on the off-peak issues, but I feel like we're quite constrained in what we can do on this today, given that we've only got a noting role. and that we haven't been involved in the more comprehensive conversation about this. So I guess my first question then is there a point at which there will be a more thorough look at this fare structure? Like, this seems to me to be the most thorough look we've done since this structure was set up, and yet we haven't been included in that conversation. There hasn't been, as far as I'm aware, any community consultation. I don't know if there certainly don't appear to have been discussions with, for example, the advisory panels to pick up what some of the unintended consequences might be. So when will a process of that nature happen? Are we looking at that happening in the next 5 years? Because we can only note today. And I feel, I've got a bunch of other questions too, but I'm kind of feeling like, how far can we actually go or make a difference on this today? At what point will there be a process where we can?
I think we'll get the opportunity, Council, within the next few years to look at it more holistically. Right now, we've obviously got national ticketing to consider as well, and they are looking at standardisation of concessions so that it's consistent. Thereafter, once we understand what the parameters of the system are and actually where we are at a fare box recovery ratio, another big lever that we're looking at, we want to do more work on, is what I'll call ancillary revenue. So what other revenue we can get to supplement public transport that's non-fare revenue. So that's going to be a big focus for us in the next coming years. I believe there's good opportunities there, depending on how we want to go and how we work with others to be able to achieve that. That'll give us more options.
Yeah, and acknowledging CRL will be coming online too, which will make some significant changes to how people move. Okay, it will be really helpful in a future, I don't know, a memo or maybe one of the quarterly updates to get a sense of what the timeline on that will be. Because I think that we will need that to reassure our communities. Actually, this is an interim step. There's going to be a thorough review at some point in the next few years, is what I'm hoping. So, the other questions I had. So, I suspect Councillor Lee is probably going to ask about Waiheke. Are you on the list to ask about Waiheke? Because I might, otherwise
I am on the list for that, yeah.
I'm just happy to... Waiheke. That's what I was doing. I was just checking that you were going to cover that. Yeah, I thought I was doing the polite thing actually, Mike, and checking rather than just going ahead and asking.
Oh, come on, Lee. Councillor Lee.
Yes, I'll try and keep my questions as succinct as possible.
We've got a few people in front of you, and so hold your thoughts, and we'll be back if there's a couple of people in front of you.
Oh, sorry.
That's right.
Yeah, I guess I'm just a bit frustrated because we had a conversation at the start of this meeting about how we weren't going to be dicks to each other, and I feel like we kind of are being dicks to each other at the moment. Sorry to use the D word. Maybe I should have said eggs. Okay, I will ask my next question though, but I'm pretty disappointed, Chair. Was there consideration of lining up increases with parking with this? Because that's when we're talking about, we've got some comparisons there to the cost of, I can't remember what it was, sorry. But we haven't actually put a comparator there against the cost of driving. And obviously parking is a significant part of that. We know petrol's fluctuating a lot, but parking prices, particularly for our own car parks, is something that we control. So is there going to be a similar timeline of implementation of car parking increases?
We don't have that timeline with us today, but yes, take your point on.
Okay, thank you. And my final question, no, sorry, I put my two questions into one there. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard.
Thank you. Just a few quick ones. The 30-minute to 45, that's great. Is there any reason why we shouldn't just go to an hour and make it easier? Like, I can't imagine it's going to make a huge cost difference. It just gives people, especially people maybe with mobility or older, more time to go grab that shopping, whatever.
The short answer is it's double the cost. So it's $1.8 million impact to go to 45 minutes and 3.6 million to go to that hour.
So is the 45 to try and make sure we get those infrequent routes if someone misses a half hour or a 15-minute? Okay, that's fine. I do agree with Councillor Watson just on the that's a big jump in 1 year for ferries. What is the discussion around that? I mean, Devonport, a 20% jump, when have other things been considered, such as the massive effect it'll have on Lake Road and surrounding areas? Like a lot of people will jump in their cars for a 20% increase in one go.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, absolutely, we did. Also with because we know that, you know, comparatively looking at that, it's important to understand that they still have the $50 fare cap for the inner harbour ferries. That's not changing, that's not increasing. So in terms of frequent ferry users will not be impacted by the change in the fare. We've also got obviously new technology coming out and invested in, you know, good technology for those, you know, inner harbour, mid-harbour sort of routes as well. And so making sure that we make that sustainable long-term from a fare strategy has been an important consideration with this.
I mean, thank you. Has there been a bit more consideration around jumping the ferries up that much when we've only just got the, you know, June, we've only got the frequency back. We're only just after years of working with multiple ministers and things got, you know, skippers, that massive training regime, which must have cost millions. And now I feel like are going to significantly undermine those inner harbour routes. Have we thought of that? Like leaving it for a little bit so we can recover? Has that decision been made already?
Yes, we did think about that, and we're obviously really happy to report that that full program is going to be completed within the next 2 weeks. The final ferries go back. So yes, it was a consideration. So in terms of the timing of this, the reliability of the ferries are back, which was a key consideration. I do go back to the point that we have to improve fare box recovery across our modes. This is a key part of it. Ferries are more expensive. We can't distract from that. That is a really important consideration with how we fit our fare strategy, and we have to do that. We're obliged to do that, and it obviously helps better conversations when we talk about investment of modes as well, because without that, and if there's alternate means, then, you know, people go, well, why don't you just have buses, no ferries, because they're so much more costly. So we need to be cognizant of these things and what our levers are in order to improve that and make sure that we're providing a good fare box recovery across the various modes and keeping the services sustainable.
Thank you. What is the government's, so I see that they're wanting that 4.5 or whatever I read, but what is they've got a much higher target for fare box recovery, is that right? And does this increase also include, they've removed that $40 million to help us with driver wages and conditions? Is this part of the reason why there is this jump?
No, I mean, part of the jump is that we've had huge cost increases, and also trying to get back to what I would call good health processes around how we treat public transport. And not to mention, a few years ago, we were up circa, you know, the high 30s, 40% in terms of fare box recovery. It has been degraded considerably in terms of that. So putting more focus on that. In terms of, what was the other question, sorry?
There was that 40, it was announced at the beginning of the year, there was a $40 million fund that the last government put in to help us with to getting those driver wages and conditions up. I assume we're now funding that ourselves and this is part of that increase?
It's funded in the normal funding cycles like the rest of public transport, so it's built in, it hasn't been taken away in terms of that. Yeah.
Last question, just on the, sorry, it's completely, I'll give myself 1 second, but I think it's completely gone. Sorry about that.
No, it happens. Honey?
Kia ora. Just really, it's quite disappointing in your 36 that there was no Māori engagement in the fare delivery. And I'm not quite sure what it says in the plan, the Ka Tipu Kawana plan, but it just really just disappoints me that I'm sitting here looking for Māori outcome and there was no engagement. So I've got sort of 3 questions to ask directly. I know there's a lot of Māori live out south, live out the west. Was there any consideration? And it's similar to what Julie is saying, it's already been said, what was it considered? 2, in terms of, I've just got to read my paper before I forget. What analysis was undertaken to consider the impact of the fare increase, whether it was good or bad or pipe around. And the third one refers to the safety part and whether increases in fares, and this sounds a bit really cynical, was it a deterrent for to use? I don't know. Because there's no impact, no Māori statement impact that you've given, there was no engagement. Yeah, it's put a big question in my head.
Thank you for your questions. I mean, firstly, in terms of consideration for customers in the south and the west, part of the strategy is consolidating those fare zones. So it does actually makes it more cost effective to travel longer distances, because the further out you were in terms of the options, it did equate to, obviously, we didn't score very highly in terms of our fare strategy in comparison to other jurisdictions globally. So it has been made more cost effective for people that are travelling longer distances. In terms of your second question, analysis, considerable analysis was done with a huge volume of data was sort of looked at in terms of where people were travelling from, where they were travelling to, so that those impacts could be, understood from a fare strategy perspective before the rezoning sort of looked at what could be put together in order to make it more equitable for those travelling longer distances. Yeah, and safety in terms, I just want to make sure. Member Honey, that I've got the right context to your question on that point.
Yeah, just in terms of the equity part, and you're telling me that you've used existing data to give that consideration, which came from Māori, which came from iwi, Mātai Waka?
No, we took it from our HOPE system. We looked at the origin and destination to understand how people moved around the city, particularly in between the zones and within the zones. Okay. And that's how we came to.
So the considerations wasn't directly from Māori feedback whatsoever?
It wasn't directly, no.
Okay, so a lot of that is assumption based on, or are you saying the data you used was on?
Yeah, we didn't use demographic data. We were looking at the movement of all people around the network.
So, just to carry on, sorry, Mr. Chair. The ka tupu ka wana indicates the statutory obligations that are needed that you uphold, and it goes to 227. So I'm trying to see where fair in equity deliveries are you using to consider those Māori outcomes, and I'm finding it difficult to link, especially where Māori people are living. I'm just finding it difficult to link.
Thank you, Honey. I mean, that's a fair point, absolutely. So we do look at demographic data in terms of socioeconomics of particular communities that is part of our equity framework. That did support the conclusions in terms of combining some of those, what I would call further areas in Auckland, South Auckland, further west, in order to be able to make it more equitable to use public transport. That was a consideration in terms of that. But I take your point in terms of the actual fare strategy, and obviously what we'll do sort of going forward with that is important. Every year we're obliged to put up our fares, and that is part, what we have to do as AT in order to be able to meet our requirements. We have to report on that. I think this is actually probably the first time this has come to the Transport Resilience and Infrastructure Committee. Yeah, and so it's probably something new that the committee hasn't seen before. So we take on board your feedback. Thank you.
Just a comment. In the last report, I'm glad to see that you'll be reporting on the ka tupu ka wana deliveries coming forward in the next quarterly.
Okay, thank you. Greg?
Thank you, Chair. Just one question, just a quantitative figure that I'm after. And that's just to understand the total cost of running the bus services for Auckland versus the total money that we bring in through the fare recovery.
Thank you, councillor. How about we send something by circulation, by mode? I think that might be helpful.
Yep, thank you. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Time is marching on, so I'll keep my questions as succinct as possible to hopefully elucidate a succinct response. In terms of the average fare increase we're asked to support here, I believe it's 5.2%. The OCR is 3.3%, and the fare increase for Waiheke workers is 13.2% on the monthly pass. The question is, I understand that Fuller's run a non-contracted commercial service to Waiheke, so is this fare increase actually, are the other Waiheke commuters to be angry at AT, or are they to be, should they focus their concerns on Fuller's?
Thank you, councillor. In terms of that, what actually happens right now, obviously it's a commercial exempt service, so it does not receive any central government funding. So with that right now, it comes 100% local share to top up the equivalent cost of the monthly pass to the Fuller's pass in terms of that. So my advice on this one is AT cannot agree to any subsidy on the service. If this is something that the council and councillors want to discuss in terms of, do you provide a bigger subsidy to the monthly pass to Waiheke, that is within your rights and your discussion to do so. That's not something that AT can do in our fare strategy. That's outside of our control.
Okay, the second question is, you say in your report that benchmarking shows that Auckland continues to offer relatively low-cost short-distance fares, ranking well against peers at 7th place overall for affordability, and longer distance it's down to 33rd place. Now, in terms of the 7th place, what are the 6 jurisdictions ahead of Auckland? Do we know that?
I could definitely send the benchmarking through to you. I don't have them off the top of my head. Wellington is up there. We've been 3rd place for a number of years. This year we slipped down to 7th, but the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th places are all very close to each other.
Could you send me that information, please? Thank you. That'll save time.
Thanks, Mark. Christine?
No, my question is asked.
Okay, any further questions on this?
I remember my question, Chair, briefly. Just the, to Councillor Watson's question, the Wellington, I think they're funding it out of rates, $24 million a year to fund that 50%. Would be good if we could have some figures for future budgets on what that might take for us to do similar. Like, we are complaining at you that actually some of us had to fight to keep that 10 million to not cut, but services at all. And I know, Stacey, you were working quite hard to try and find that money. If we want to fund these 50% fares, we have to do it through rates, and it will, I imagine, 24 times Auckland is maybe 100 million or something. Yep.
Okay. Okay, Greg, you just want to drop you. Thanks, mate. Okay, no more questions. Thank you. If you want to step back, I think John wants to make comment.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, John. And we'll just move into that. So, in consultation with Councillor Lee, we've just added a chair's rec at the bottom that I think he's happy to move, and someone, if they want to second it, for Auckland Transport to continue to work, and so Christine will second that. So, right, John, yours.
Yeah. Thanks for that. I just want to make a couple of quick points to reinforce the ones I made earlier, because I think it's important. I understand the constraints AT are operating on. Stacey has made that clear, and not least of which are the obligations we place on them through the statement of intent. But I think in anything to do with fare reforms and fare reforms of this magnitude, as it goes to some parts of the public transport network, is pretty important to take a wider view. In the first and most telling instance as far as just the cost analysis, which, you've got to be careful you don't know the cost of everything and the value of nothing. There are wider implications here, not least of which is obviously the more people on public transport helps the whole network in terms of congestion, including private vehicle operators, safety, climate change goals, and equity. So there is a cost, but there's a big wider cost that doesn't come into this little exercise that AT have to operate under. And it's perhaps useful to look at what other countries do in terms of their fare box recovery. I mentioned the case of Vienna. They have a fare box recovery of nearly 50%. Admittedly, it's reinforced through parking management, a metro tax to employers of €2 per employee a week, and they do have operating subsidies too. But the fundamental driver is getting more people on their public transport. That €365 a year pass, which is barely $1.80 a day, entitles people to use on the metro, trams, buses, suburban trains. We should have something equivalent in Auckland for everything, because people have to front up at the start, pay for a whole year, you've got that income straight out. So I think we can afford to be a lot more adventurous in some of our concessions and trial them and see what happens, because we are now just getting back on an even keel, and I think Councillor Hill's quite rightly referred to the upswing in patronage in some of these, like the ferries. The last thing you want to do is start discouraging people by putting out really expensive fares, because a lot of people are at the tipping point, and there's a kind of psychological component to that. And as I did make the reference to those outer harbour fares, those people are going to be paying $5,280 a year. That's a lot of lolly by anyone's standard. And unfortunately, young people, tertiary students, get caught up in that to a lesser extent, not too much lesser. And that's just not equitable, and it's not good for your overall public transport system. If we look at some of the other cities, even in New Zealand, I did mention Wellington, which to me, anecdotally anyway, that 50% off-peak reduction. If you go down there on the weekends and stuff, that is pumping. Well, there's people on buses left, right and centre going all over the places on long trips around all the different suburbs in Wellington. So I'm assuming their fare box recovery, and I think one of the officers said that, is higher. So notwithstanding everything that AT has to juggle, that's the route, from my perspective, I want to signal that I prefer to go down, is to really give it a blast on getting as many people as possible across all the public transport modes. I think it is unfair to start singling ones out just on the narrow for us to do anyway, and start in setting the statement of intent, where everyone knows the bigger capital costs change that quite dramatically. $5.5 billion for City Rail Link, plus all those, kit on the railways and stuff. That starts to get up to quite a high cost too, but that doesn't get factored into that. So just finally, Mr. Chair, I would just say that I would urge AT, and I'm sure they're going to be doing it, is to really look across the whole spectrum. They've identified where we're not performing well, and that's in those longer trips. More people in Auckland are having to live longer distances away. I mean, most of the people sitting around here have to travel in a fair old chunk of time. We all can't afford to live in Grey Lynn or Ponsonby or Devonport or somewhere like that. People are living out in the extremities. They are returning to public transport. The last thing you want to do is penalise them with very high fares that just are the straw that breaks the camel's back. So thanks, Mr. Chair, I guess I would just finally acknowledge that if you look at the table that's on page 80 or whatever it is, page 50, there are areas where the fares are going down and who are travelling similar distances to some of the outer island ferries, for instance. Their fares are going down, and going down quite markedly, because they happen to catch a bus. Let's try and tie the whole network together and not my pay favourites. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Chris?
Can I just ask, I'm looking at the recommendation B, and of course these resolutions that come out of this meeting will come back via management to the Auckland Transport Board to give us some feedback. Now, in the motions that are up there at the moment, the B, in my reading of it, is a bit of a muddle. I'm not sure what that means. So the opportunity is before this committee to provide some feedback on the AT board's direction. At the moment, we've just got that, to continue to work with ferry operators in this committee, and it's very unclear what that is. That's the only feedback that we're getting. Is that the limit of the feedback from this committee today? Because there's some big recommendations that the board has actually come via management here today to ask you a question. And
So I guess that wasn't included in the report today. So the original recommendation A, this is just a noting paper. So there was no request within the report for us to provide feedback. And so this is purely a noting paper, and Mike has asked to have that included into the thing. And so if there was a desire to have feedback, then it should have been included in the report, and it wasn't. And so, and so that's what I'd say. I mean, if the board seeks feedback from this committee, then the board needs to ask for feedback, not just have a noting paper put in front of us. Please note what we've done. We are noting the fare review and the fare increases or changes.
yeah, I think that's something maybe for our executive management to have a discussion with AT management on then, because I think there's risk here. That there's, look, maybe this is an offline discussion, Chair, to nail this one, because I think AT management on behalf of the board is expecting a bit more than that.
Okay. Mike?
Mr. Chairman, that the recommendations, is there another M. Lee in the building? It doesn't sort of feel like something that I would say, but anyway, I thank you for trying to accommodate our concerns, but it's not quite there. So let me say that in terms of this fare increase, regular fare increases and significant ones have been part of Auckland Transport approach to PT for many years now. In the report, paragraph 12, it says AT did not review PT fares between 2020 and 2022. Good on them. Keeping them at nil increases as part of our COVID-19 pandemic response, despite significant operating cost increases over the same period. Well, I don't like to be picky, but when I was reappointed to the board of AT in late 2022, the first meeting, you were there, Mr. Chairman, as a fellow director, newly appointed. There was a long discussion on an agenda item regarding equity. And I have to say, I was impressed with the empathy and concerns expressed around the table by directors and management about equity concerns, especially focusing on South Auckland. Then the very next item was a recommendation to increase public transport fares. And I did point out the anomalous nature of this, but I wasn't successful, and I certainly voted against it. So there, already in 2022, hardly before COVID had gone away, the habit of fare increases was restored. Now, we have a problem here. Over this period, since the COVID pandemic, our public transport has fallen away, patronage, and is still a long way to recover. Everything else seems to have, but not public transport. So clearly we're doing something wrong. In 2019, in terms of overall public transport, we were, in 2019, we were 100,855 passenger trips per year. This year, it's so far, and month on month, it's 86,774,125. So a long way behind the 8 ball, whether it's train, whether it's bus, and whether it's ferry. So at the same time, the population has increased by 2.5% over the last year. It's now 1.798 million. So Infometrics tell us, and compared to 1.682 million in 2019. In that same period, according to AT, we've had massive increase in costs. Clearly, the system is not working. A successful, used PT system is an essential part of any success story of any functional modern city. It's not performing in Auckland, and the more money we pour in, we still don't get a response. And the cost of PT has gone up enormously. The fares have gone up significantly. The fare increase, particularly for Waiheke, is totally unacceptable, and there's going to be serious trouble over it. So the point is, it's not just AT that is failing. The whole system is not working. The whole privatised, outsourced public transport system, whereby rentiers and profit takers, just about all of them overseas based, are demanding more and more profits from the system. The ratepayer is putting more and more into OPEX and CAPEX, and the long-suffering commuters are hit with significant increases. When we talk about, or AT talks about moderate or relatively low-cost short-distance fares, what is this all based on? Does it actually incorporate the average wage? Because New Zealand and Auckland is a low, for most people, not all, is a low-wage city and a low-wage country, and therefore that has to be factored in as well. I would say that our 7th place overall for affordability, the 6 cities ahead of us are our all comparator cities in Australia and in New Zealand. And again, we are failing. Doing the same thing over and over again and getting the wrong result, a failed result, is one of the definitions of insanity. So we have to completely refocus our approach to public transport. Public transport is failing, and bumping up the fares every year is just exacerbating the problem. This will not work, and there's going to be a public backlash. So with all due respect to the motion that I'm meant to be, the recommendation that I'm moving here, I can't be associated with it, Mr. Chairman. I do not believe in it. I think it's a failing approach. It's the wrong approach. It's totally the opposite approach to what we should be doing if we really want public transport to succeed. And the billions of dollars we are putting into public transport, if it is to succeed, putting up the fares for the users, for the commuters, is not the way to do it. Thank you.
So can I take it, Mike, you're withdrawing that that came from your staff, but you're happy for that to be withdrawn, Christine, who's
Yes, please. Just take my name off it, please, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll just withdraw that second B. And so apparently we've got to move an extension of time. People know my thoughts on that, so Greg's going to do that, second it. Thanks, Leslie. Those in favour say aye. And against? Carried. Okay. Okay, that's right. All good. So we'll remove B completely. And Richard.
Thanks, Chair. Unless I missed it, it would have been good to have maybe a workshop on the changes and probably putting the the fare review and the fare increase together was maybe a slight mistake, because actually the fare review, there are some really good things in that. The changes, taking the 30-minute up to 45 is a really good change. It means people do not get charged twice, or they can jump into the shop and grab some things and get back on the bus without being penalised. That's a really good change. To reduce some of those really far distance fares on bus and rail, at least, it is pretty significant change for people living in different parts of the city. That'll make a huge saving for a lot of people. It is about putting our money where the mouth is. Our mouth is, though. There was a $10 million cut to public transport fares, funding in the LTP, or the Mayor's proposal. Myself, Councillor Ferry, a number of others went to the Mayor's office and said, look, we cannot support a budget that does this sort of thing. They worked hard, and we all supported, or many of us supported, to not put that cut in place, because Stacey was clear what that would mean. But our issue is, if we're wanting to do no increases ever, we're going to have to raise the rates another 3 or 4 percentage points to fund it. It's not Auckland Transport who's magically doing that. We required them to cut 150 staff last year. It's not just some sort of magic money tree that things can happen. So, you know, Wellington did have a 20% rates increase, and part of that was making that 50% fare funding pledge. Same with Queensland, 50-cent fares, that's all funded by the state governments, hundreds of millions. We just don't have that when the government cut ours pretty significantly. So it is pretty disappointing to see 20% increases to those inner harbour ferries. I think that's a huge mistake. I understand it's all a balancing act, but that part I just think is a mistake. It cannot jump up that quickly while we're trying to recover ferry. And we do know the issues with rail will hopefully be addressed when KiwiRail gets its act together, and we also have those major infrastructure upgrades completed. That is where the failing is at the moment. Rail, we can see the bus and ferry numbers back, but I do worry that ferries will drop back when you see that massive increase. So, you know, there's good and the bad in this. The fare changes, some of that review is going to be good, but I think that ferry jump up is a mistake.
Okay, thank you. So if someone leaves, we lose our quorum. Chris, have you got?
Yeah, I asked a question before. I actually, I wear the councillor hat here and the AT hat the other place. So I'd actually like to move by addition that this committee express its concern to the Auckland Transport Board. I'll have to find some better words regarding the ferry fare increases, or the proposed ferry fare increases, and ask Auckland Transport to further review the ferry fare structure.
Okay, is there?
That is the key point that is being conveyed here from this committee, from Councillor Lee, Councillor Watson, Councillor Hills, maybe some others are thinking of it.
Is there a seconder for that? Yep. Thanks, Joe. So we've just got to try and rattle that through.
Sorry, and a bit of a late one, Chair, so my apologies, but the B would read that the committee request the Auckland Transport Board to review the proposed fare structure for ferry travel. And I think you don't need much more. They get the message.
Okay, so while that's been tidied up, any discussion on that, please? So it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on that? Chris moved it, Josephine seconded. So A and B, all those in favour say aye. And against, carried. And Mike's in a rush. So we're going to hear 15 and 16 together. Someone like to move? Thanks, Richard. Seconded, Josephine. Any discussion? None. Those in favour say aye. And against, carried. We have no extraordinary business. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for a lovely day.